Good evening, everyone. My name is Councillor Pounds and I'm the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Special Environment and Community Scrutiny Committee meeting, which is taking place at 5:30 on the 20th of March. The regular Environment and Community Scrutiny Committee is timetabled to start at approximately 6:30, just depending on how long this meeting goes on for. And there will be a short break between the two meetings while the IT is set up. So just a little bit of information about this meeting. It's been requested by two members, as is following standing orders of the Council's constitution. There is one item on the agenda, which is the Cambridge Folk Festival, and the purpose of the meeting is to answer questions mainly on procedure and events leading up to the decision to have a fallow year in 2025, while we have a reset to find the way forward to hold a really successful event in 2026. There will be an alternative events across the city instead for 2025, and there will be an announcement on what these will be in the near future. For your information, the City Council's Constitution Part 4A Council Procedure Rules, paragraph 43, provides that two members of the committee have the right to call a special meeting on a single item of business. Once the request was received, as the chair, I consulted members of the committee to find a suitable date that all members could attend. Members of the committee should note that the procedural rules do not entitle members requesting a special meeting to determine when the meeting should take place. It was not possible, I'm afraid, to find a date earlier than this, but I think that with careful management we can manage two meetings in one evening. This meeting will last then for approximately 1 hour and hopefully will be sufficient time as there is just the one topic. I would ask members please to be very succinct in their questions, so that we can cover all the questions that everyone would like to ask. I suggest that your questions are limited to 2 minutes, and that will show on the screen wherever possible, and executives and officers will also have 2 minutes to respond wherever possible. And after that, we'll have a short break before we start the main E&C meeting. And I'd like to thank the officers as well for preparing a very comprehensive report for this meeting, which I hope you've all received. Right. So, I'll now roll call councillors alphabetically by surname so that the public can see who you are. Are you present, please? Councillor Nestor?
Yes, I am.
Councillor Ashton?
Here.
Councillor Divkovic has told me that she may be a little late and she's not arrived yet, but she will be here shortly. Councillor Glasberg? Yes. Councillor Hauck?
Present.
Councillor Payne?
Present.
And Councillor Swift?
Present. Sorry, I'm a bit late.
Thank you. We're also joined by Executive Councillor for Communities, Councillor Wade.
Here.
And the Leader of the Council, Councillor Mike Davey.
Here.
The officers permanently at the table for this meeting are the Director of Communities, Sam Scharf, and Committee Manager James Goddard and Producer Boris Herzog. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I'll introduce them at the start of the relevant agenda items. Can everybody in the room please note that as cameras follow, you follow the microphone, everything that's on your desk is visible. Can you, if you're following the Teams meeting here in the room, could you please make sure that your audio, microphone and camera are switched off? If the fire alarm sounds, please follow the officers who will leave the room and exit the building via the Pease Hill staircase and exits. Please do not use the lift. Can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate if you wish to speak via the chat column or a raised hand option, and switch off your microphone and camera unless you are invited to speak. Please note if a report officer drops out of the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation and report. So the process that we're following is as normal. The relevant officer will give a brief introduction to the report and then we will discuss the item. And we may ask more questions of the officer and the executive councillor. Thank you. So I think over to you now, Officer Sam Shaft. Oh, yes, I beg your pardon. I've got rather a lot of paperwork here to manage. Yes, so next item, thank you, is declaration of interest. Do we have any declarations of interest? No, none? Thank you. And so now we move straight on to the discussion and introduction on the Folk Festival, please.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair. Evening, councillors. This paper is the one paper for this special E&C, and it's to note, for information, there's no decision as part of this paper. To give you a bit of a summary, hopefully the paper was clear and has addressed the key areas of inquiry that have precipitated the meeting this evening. The paper outlines the key areas of inquiry for the decision to take a fallow year for the 2025 festival alongside the programme of events for 2025. It specifically sets out to clarity who was involved in the decision-making process, the financial and operational factors considered, and the timeline of key decisions. The report provides a provisional account of the financial position for 2024, which recorded a £320,000 shortfall, and outlines the cost pressures that have contributed to the ongoing financial challenges. It details the range of options considered, including continuing the festival at a reduced scale, before concluding that a fallow year, a pause, a year off, would provide the necessary time to conduct a full review and ensure the festival remains viable and thrives into the long term. The decision itself was taken through the appropriate governance channels, taking into account commercial sensitivities and allowing for the appropriate executive input. The report also outlines the steps being taken to support the folk programming in 2025, including, approved in February, £75,000 budget for alternative events and a £50,000 budget for an independent review. That will assess the financial sustainability, audience development and delivery models for the festival's planned return in 2026. It sets out some key points which hopefully address those areas of inquiry. The financial performance, which is supplemented with Appendix 1 with more detail, that records and shows the £320,000 loss. That's primarily due to rising infrastructure costs, operational costs, alongside a decline in full weekend ticket sales. And our understanding is that if those trends, that we didn't anticipate them changing into 2025, and with naturally, so would have anticipated further losses in 2025. It provides options that were considered and put forward. These included a range of scenarios that were reviewed, including continuing the festival, but as said a minute ago, the financial modelling indicated that even with modifications, a significant shortfall would have remained, making a fallow year the most sustainable choice. With those sort of minimal changes and the trends that we see, we're talking about putting at risk circa of £500,000 to £700,000 next year, should we have continued as we were. And also outlining the decision-making process. The decision was taken following analysis by senior officers and was approved by the Exec Council on January the 7th. The governance process acknowledged the political and public interest and accounted for the decision to be made by the Exec Councillor. Ordinarily, decisions relating to the Folk Festival on an annual basis are taken by officers. In terms of next steps, the 2025 Folk Programme, which will be announced at the beginning of April, having taken a direction from the Exec Councillor to maintain a cultural presence and support local venues and artists, has committed, and we're already in the planning ready for an April announcement, the £75,000 for those events. That's going to include a mix of free outdoor concerts, venue-based performances, and does include an event at Cherry Hinton Hall, ensuring continued public engagement with folk music. And secondly, going forward in terms of next steps is an independent review. We've commissioned consultants and we're actively working with those consultants as we speak to assess the festival's future format and financial model. The consultants have been engaged alongside the development of what we're terming a sounding board of wider specialists to provide us support. And I'd like to thank many across the festival industry in the UK who have sort of rallied around and the team have spoken to, whether it's at Celtic Connections up in Glasgow, who are very committed to working with us to ensure 2026 and going forward. So both the programme for 2025 and the independent review will inform a scheduled return of the festival in 2026. I do recognise that earlier access to consolidated financial and operational analysis and the subsequent options clearly would have strengthened the decision-making process. And although I believe that communication was clear when the decision was announced, there remained confusion locally, and I do accept that. To conclude, Chair, in my view as a senior officer with responsibility for the festival, we have made the right decision for the long-term viability of the festival by having this fallow year, investing in an independent review alongside the internal work already carried out by the team all the way through pretty much the back end of 2024. This is going to be further strengthened by 2025's programme of folk in the city that's engaging the folk scene, continuing our important work with emerging artists and providing opportunities for us to continue to learn and receive feedback, of which an email went out to everybody that came last year. I got mine, asking for feedback for the coming year and beyond. I do hope the report is clear. I hope it's addressed the questions that members brought forward. Clearly, we'll have more questions that hopefully we'll be able to provide clarifications for. But before then, I'll hand over to Exec Councillor Wade to cover any further points. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Schaaf. Yes, Councillor Wade would just like to add a few words to the introduction, if everybody's happy, before we move on to questions. Councillor Wade.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Sam. The Cambridge Folk Festival is unique in that it's not owned and ultimately run by a multinational company. It is run rather by Cambridge City Council, us. I, as exec, wear the hat for the festival, along with the small team and Sam. Our beloved Folk Festival is not, unfortunately, unique in that it's not escaped the ravages that have afflicted the festival industry, especially independent festivals like ours. So it was with a heavy heart that I made the difficult decision for a fallow year. But I knew that it would, to secure the festival's future, despite causing disappointment and dismay to many people in the city, to ensure the future of the festival and to face the challenges that are confronting the entire festival industry. A fallow year is the way forward. Rather than ignoring the issue, as projections showed that without significant change in ticket sales and reduction in costs, we would impact further funds. I must be responsible and mindful of public funds, and I have a responsibility to our residents to ensure that we prevent greater financial risks. So we need to pause to have a full review and reset to secure the festival's long-term future. This decision aligns with industry trends and protects our vision as a leading festival city. And it was not one that was taken lightly. No one wanted to be in this position, but we were. And someone had to make the difficult decision. And as Sam has said, ordinarily decisions relating to the Folk Festival on an annual basis are not made by me as exec, but operationally by officers. After reading the report and recommendations for a fallow year, I also wanted to ensure that we demonstrated our commitment visibly and have a nod to Ken at Cherry Hinton Hall, where it all started, to hold folk events throughout the year and to engage with local folk clubs and the folk scene, as I know how dear the folk festival is to many. So we will engage with the local musicians, use local venues and finalise a programme of events through the summer. I have secured funding for this at the budget meeting on the 24th of Feb, back to the folk roots, you might say, to reach out and bring some joy to the that the large festival brings, hopefully to some that have never had the chance to visit and share the big festival, as it will include a free outdoor event. And I wanted it to remain on Cambridge's cultural calendar. This will also help somewhat to support venues, promoters and artists. I wanted to ensure we had a positive vision for 2025, whilst we seek advice on what the future model will look like for the folk festival going forward to 2026. We are a democratic team, and I wanted to sound out fellow councillors to ensure that my decision reflected that, and to ensure before the public announcement was made that we could begin the work of the alternative programming. And I think it fair to say that my Cherry Hinton Wall councillors did not agree with the decision, but I had to work and look at the bigger picture. I acknowledge that communications perhaps did not get the message across. If the message was not communicated, then obviously we need to improve, and I apologise for any confusion caused. We are working hard to explore our future options. I have secured funds for this to happen. It's an investment in the future of the festival. We have commissioned an independent review of finances, operations and programming, as Sam has said, to look at new revenue models, changes to format and audience engagement. We will also listen to feedback from our event staff who have been involved in running the festival on the ground for years. Their lived experience and insights will be invaluable to this review process and, as Sam said, a sounding board. This will inform the return of the festival in 2026. A final report is expected in May. We will begin our public messaging rollout regarding the programme for 2025 in April. The team and I are working hard to facilitate these areas of work and continue with our engagement with ward councillors, local folk clubs and the wider industry. We all share a passion and determination for the festival to succeed and are committed to the festival's long-term sustainability and success. The decision made was financially necessary and strategically sound, and we are investing in both a strong return in 2026 and continued folk programming this year to support the city's cultural sector and the local economy. We're getting on with the job to keep the tradition of community music, folk music, which throughout the years has reflected sometimes harsh social realities and the lives of the working classes, evolving and moving through the generations to come. I would like to thank the folk community near and far for their understanding, their positive and generous support to join us in discussions to find a way forward, because I know how bitterly disappointed many were. Those that love the festival are very aware of the pressures the industry faces and recognise that the ethos of the festival that Ken started should remain. Thank you, Chair, for your indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wade. Now we move on to discussion and questions. So, Councillor Payne, Councillor Houck, Councillor Swift. Should we take three at a time? Is that comfortable? You'll be responding, or how many would you like? Okay. Well, we'll take those three first, and then I'll come back again. Okay. Thank you. So, Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Chair. I think, as Councillor Houck's mentioned on our side, we've got an awful lot of questions. This is the first time the cancellation of the Folk Festival has been discussed in a proper council forum. It's interesting to hear the words the Executive Council is using tonight about her taking responsibility and being in charge of the decision and seeking out other councils as a sounding board. This is the first time we've been in the same room with her to talk about the Folk Festival, so that sounding board has clearly not been us. So we've got quite a lot of questions tonight. As Councillor Houck's mentioned, we really hope that we can have time to air all of those questions. But my first one was about the holding of this meeting. So as you mentioned at the start, there is no timescale for a requisition meeting, but we submitted a valid request for it on the 21st of January. That's now 9 weeks ago, so that's over 2 months. And to me, that doesn't seem to actually follow the spirit in which that situation is offered. Just for interest for this chamber, when we submitted our request, we were then offered dates to hold this meeting in March. which we confirmed our availability for and said, oh, could it not be a bit earlier? And then we're told, but you've given us dates in March. So it really seems like everything around this meeting has been working quite hard to combine it with the existing scrutiny committee. So for us on our side, I think it's very hard to see this as actually fulfilling our request, which was a request for a specific meeting about the folk festival. So I wondered, please, if the executive councillor or the chair could comment on whether they think this is a respectful way of handling a requisition meeting.
I'm quite happy to comment on that. So first of all, after we received your request, we checked with officers because obviously they've prepared a very, very extensive and comprehensive report, which can't happen overnight. It's a lot of work. And to make this meeting effective, we needed a comprehensive report. I know that you submitted certain questions and they have gone to a lot of trouble to answer the questions that you've suggested you wanted to ask. So that was the first thing. So once we reached the date, I'm afraid that members have very busy schedules and we have a timetable of meetings which are obviously set out a long time, and it really was not possible to call a committee before this date. Other people had other commitments, including myself. So that's the reason. Basically, this was the first occasion where we knew that everybody was available, and obviously there's no point calling a committee meeting if half the committee members are missing. So that's the reason why for the delay. Okay. So shall I?
Sorry, Chair. Could I ask
Do you want
a few?
to ask another question
Because
now?
I've got quite a few. So there are three that are linked together. Perhaps if I ask them first, as they sort of fit together.
I think it might be helpful if you dealt by topic, if you like.
Yeah,
so
these three kind of fit together,
yeah,
if that makes sense.
if you can do
perhaps
that.
if I
So
take
maybe
them-
one more topic, then I'll go to some others and we'll come back to
come
the
back.
next topic, yeah?
Perfect, thank you very much. I mean, I would say, Chair, we all have incredibly busy lives on our side of the chamber. We both work full time. And I think the answer to that is that we couldn't get our diaries together to organise a special meeting about the cancellation of an internationally important festival is pretty poor. I've got two other questions about the decision-making behind this. So it suggests in the report that the decision was made to cancel the festival on January the 7th. So that was when the Executive Councillor officially made that decision. It was then reported in the press on the 17th. I had a brief conversation with Sam after the committee meeting, full council, whatever it was, the night before, which was the first that we had heard of that. And so that decision very neatly fell out literally the day after our last scrutiny committee. So I wonder whether the Executive Councillor again could comment on why that timing was seen to be so carefully choreographed. As we just held a committee the night before it was announced, it seems strange it wasn't discussed at all beforehand. And again, we'd waited 10 days to share it with us. And my second question, which kind of links to that, is around the communications. So the press release which followed about the folk festival didn't mention the word cancellation once. It talked about how we were bringing back the folk festival. And I think that choice of wording is very interesting, given that what we're doing is stopping it for a year. So I think the level of spin that's been placed around this is really quite apparent. And so I just wonder again whether the Executive Council could comment on whether she really sees this as a resurgence of the folk festival, or whether perhaps that choice of wording was perhaps quite manipulative. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, should we take one more question and then respond? Yeah? So Councillor Hout's question.
It would make sense if I have a couple of questions as a group rather than just squeeze in one question now.
Okay, would you like to answer, please?
So I'm happy to pick up the question two. I think question one's been answered, question 2 and 3. There's a period between the decision that was made by the Exec Councillor on the 7th and the 17th. When we put forward the recommendation from officers on the 7th, that wasn't agreed. So the recommendation for a fallow year wasn't agreed. The decision from the Exec Councillor changed that to include what you will now see as a programme through 2025. That took us some time to make sure we got right. The pause in then the communication was due to managing what is a commercial enterprise, and there are commercial sensitivities. What we needed to ensure is that we were clear about what we were saying. We were clear about what was 2025 and that we were coming back in 2026 to maintain confidence in artists, in suppliers, in agents, and ultimately the audience. And so we needed to make sure we got all of that right. When it comes to the actual communication that came out in the press, our intention, and clearly there was confusion by not having what we understood the word to be fallow year, which is what would ordinarily be used. It was used with WOMAD in November. Not having that there clearly caused some local confusion, but I do believe that the communication that went out on the 17th was clear. It outlined both a programme for 2025 and a resurgence for 2026. It didn't use the word cancel. That was filled in probably when it went into, that wasn't part of our press release. But I don't believe, if you read it, of which we did to sign it off, that it wasn't unclear what the intention was.
Thank you. Did you want to go on and answer the question, or did you want to comment, Councillor Wade?
Yes, just to say that the officers, once the decision was made, had 5 working days to deal with the new scope and the information there. There was no intention to be, I think the word that you used was manipulative or spin. The decision was made, the press release went out. I think if we'd used the word cancellation, there are arguments that people would take that word to mean that it was not coming back. I have already apologised for the lack of clarity around the press release, but cancellation can be, to use your word, spun, perhaps to mean that the City Council hadn't got any intention of bringing the festival back. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Sam, can I come to you for the answer for the second question? Have we covered?
I've answered it. Yeah.
You've covered them both.
Thanks.
Thank you. You now, Councillor Houck.
Thank you, Chair. Well done. Thank you to the officers for this detailed and clear report, which maybe would have been useful 1 or 2 years ago as well. But my summary of this report is that the cancellation of this year's folk festival cost our local economy over £2 million and hardly saved the council a penny, and maybe a few. So this will mostly hit smaller local businesses. And the fact that this wasn't even announced as a cancellation only adds insult to injury, and Councillor Wade can't argue this away. So my question, one question to the officers and 2 questions to the Executive Council are, so the first question is, there were 3 separate costs additional to the annual budget for the folk festival in the 2025-26 budget. They are also listed in section 7 of the report. So I was just wondering if the officers could just elaborate on each of these items a little bit more, rather than just the short descriptions there in the report. And 2 questions probably addressed to the Executive Councillor. Could the Executive Councillor please tell us why £50,000 funding wasn't requested and the review wasn't commissioned as soon as the last folk festival was finished? From the timeline in the report, it was expected to take 3 months or less, so it could have been completed with recommendations in October. And I've seen those newspaper articles from at least 2023 that highlighted and warned of the financial problems of festivals like these after the pandemic. So did it cross her mind that the folk festival might be in trouble and that maybe speed was of the essence? Second question, does the Executive Councillor not find it noteworthy that the total of the extra costs in next year's budget, 303k, is in the same ballpark as the loss made on the folk festival last year, 320k? So has it occurred to her at any time that it might have cost no more money to actually run the folk festival this year? And especially if she had proposed that the consultant's review took place straight away, enabling some of these recommendations to be implemented already now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Houck. I'll come to you first, then Sam, and then to you, Councillor Wade.
Thank you, Councillor Houck. Hopefully I can unpick that a little bit for you without going right into the detail. I'll also just probably pick up a couple of your points that you've raised for Councillor Wade as well. So there's 3 costs outlined in the report. There's a £75,000 cost, and that is a cost directed by the exec councillor to fulfil what is a expectation of delivering the 2025 programme. So that was a new cost put forward to address concerns about a complete fallow year, and as I've already outlined in what I've said, and I believe Councillor Wade has said about what, continuing engagement with emerging artists, the local folk scene, etc. The £50,000 is an investment into the long-term sustainability of the folk festival. It's equivalent to a one-off cost to make sure that we fully understand a very, very complex external environment that we're working in to make sure that we deliver a folk festival for 26 going onwards that is sustainable. So I don't see necessarily those costs in the same way as the loss of 320,000 this year. I think before I go on to the final bit, in addition to those 2 things, some of our projections, as I said, were causing us greater concern. If you look at the trends, both in terms of the costs, inflationary costs, and the reduction in full festival ticket sales, our risk wasn't just the 320, it was 500,000 upwards. And you don't know some of that because clearly in a marketplace, if ticket sales don't come through, you've got your fixed costs and you haven't brought in your income. So it's not quite a like for like. In terms of the £178,000 that's in there, that is made up of operating costs. So we have a small team that are maintained through the year. They are still in place. They have to be both to deliver the programme for 25, but also basically to kickstart 26, which will happen in May this year. So that is cost that has to be factored in to deliver next year's festival. It's not cost that is purely written off. The other elements, I would like to say the staff team don't cost that. The other elements are because in our long-term business plan, we had expected some surplus coming through from the folk festival, which we have seen in previous years, so it wasn't unreasonable to have that. Clearly, that was completely unrealistic, and so we needed to address that in this year's budget. So some of that cost isn't cost, it's budgetary management, where we had identified or provisioned for surplus, which we clearly weren't going to see for the year. So hopefully that's unpacked those costs a bit further for you.
Thank you very much, Sam. I'll go to Councillor Wade for the other part of your questions. Councillor Houck.
Yes, I think the question was, why did I not allocate or ask for extra money for a consultant's review earlier?
Sorry, that was not my question. It was just why you didn't do it straight away when you knew that the folk festival might be in trouble. I did not ask for extra.
No, that's what Reg just said.
So I had the report on the 30th of December with the information, and we then actioned it and went to group to discuss the matter on the 7th. On the 7th of January, so the decision was made by myself and after talking to group. But the 30th of December is when I had the full report from the officers.
Folk festival might be in trouble, considering other festivals around the country were. I mean, is that something you could have maybe speeded up?
I had regular meetings with officers, yes, around the folk festival and the upcoming programme.
Ask these questions.
Through the chair, please. So I'm going to move now to Councillor Swift for the next question, and then Councillor Ashton. Is there a third person who's ready to ask? Is anybody else first? I think Councillor Gasberg, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Payne, okay?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it has been a really difficult time for Councillor Wade and for Officer Sam Sharp with the Folk Festival, and indeed for all of these sort of public type things that the City Council has been trying to put on in very difficult circumstances. I would just like to ask Councillor Wade about there's a sort of international dimension to this. Festivals are in trouble throughout the whole world. It's not just in Cambridge. I just wondered if she could give a bit more of an overview to the challenges of the festival industry in general, just to put the whole thing into a bit of context, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, it's a timely question because another festival went into liquidation today in Dorset. The folk festival, all festivals are facing challenges. We have the rising costs, the fewer headline acts that are available, financial pressures due to infrastructure costs, as we've experienced ourselves, with equipment and labour all rising. Ticket prices have increased, which means that the festivals are less accessible to some, which means that you don't sell as many tickets. Obviously, the cost of living's increased, and those rising costs affect ticket sales, so we go round in a circle. Lots of festivals, as the one in Dorset today, then face financial losses and are permanently cancelled. The Association of Independent Festivals say that 79 festivals have been cancelled in the UK today, this year alone, or 2024, I beg your pardon, last year. We're still struggling with the impact of COVID-19. It's had a devastating effect and still being felt. There's the logistical challenges of Brexit, because everything costs more to transport. Also, headline acts are difficult and expensive to book because there's been a shift in the festival landscape. So large operators use exclusivity deals with artists so they can dominate the scene. So it makes it very difficult for smaller independent festivals to actually book headliners. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wade. I think next I'll move to Councillor Ashton, and then it's Councillor Glasgow.
Thank you, Chair. And I should have declared an interest. I'm a Cherryington Ward Councillor, and the festival is held in Cherryington. And also, when I was Mayor of Cambridge City Council, I attended the festival in a mayoral capacity as well. I have a lot of questions to ask, but I'm going to defer them because I'm very concerned that the Lib Dems feel as though they haven't had chance to ask questions. So I'd like clarification. Have the opposition councillors been prohibited from speaking to council officers with specific questions regarding the Folk Festival? Because they seem to be saying that tonight is the only chance they've had to ask specific questions to the director regarding the Folk Festival. So could you clarify that the opposition councillors have been allowed to ask these questions before tonight's meeting? Because they could have asked them and had answers, so we'd have more chance tonight to talk about them. Thank you.
Thank you. Shall I come to you?
Can I just clarify, Chair, that the comment I made was that this is the first opportunity we've had to ask questions of the Executive Councillor, as this is the first time she's spoken to us. Just to give an overview of our communication with officers, Sam's worked really hard and always been really open to communication, as he always would be. He spoke to me briefly the night before the press release came out. We then had a follow-up meeting with Sam. What I would say is quite frustrating, and I know it's been taken away, is that the day the report about the Folk Festival, this detailed report came to us, was actually literally an hour before our pre-briefing, our opposition pre-briefing, which is quite frustrating as a way of moving forward, because it means we have no chance to read it and know what questions we would like to ask. But Sam has offered us a full opportunity from that. But the point we made was that this is the first time the Executive Councillor has been in the same room as us and made herself available to answer any questions in a public forum.
Would you like to respond, Executive Councillor?
Can I just come back again to say So the opposition councillors did not table any questions to Councillor Wade beforehand, because my understanding is that through all our council meetings, the opposition councillors can ask questions of the executive councillor beforehand. So they could have asked a lot of these questions before tonight's meeting, and then they could have had answers back and had a chance to answer those questions. I just want to make sure that the opposition are getting full chance to ask all the questions and get all the answers they need, rather than it seems as though we're trying to stifle what's going on. So I just want to make sure they've been allowed opportunities to speak at any time. I understand this might be the first time face to face, but nowadays we have emails and telephones as well. Thank you.
So I can confirm, Councillor Ashton, that when the opposition called the meeting, they submitted a list of questions that they would like to ask. So yes, that has been the case. Yeah.
Sorry,
Do you want to respond, Sam, on this?
No, I think the answer's been answered for me. So we provide support, and we'll pick up the phone, answer the phone, or set up meetings for any councillor that wishes to get into the detail of this.
Thank you. Is Councillor Glasberg next? So should we, is this... okay, then that's fine.
I'll be very brief. I mean, according to Councillor Ashton, we wouldn't need council meetings. So this is about public scrutiny. I mean, an item like this that cost the economy £2 million and the council possibly £500,000, this should have gone to scrutiny, to public scrutiny. It's not about being able to send emails and get an answer. I mean, this has to be discussed in this kind of forum. And I must say, I do not appreciate this kind of attack.
Councillor Davey.
Just very briefly, I think the question relating to the timing has already been answered. And if you'd been that determined to raise questions, there have, of course, been 2 full council meetings in between the announcement and this one, which I think probably would have given you the opportunity to pose 1 or 2 questions, but none seem to come. That's not to say that this is the appropriate venue to have it, but if there had been an emergency question, there were opportunities that could have been used.
Thank you. Councillor Wade?
Yes, I understand that the opposition are frustrated by the situation, but the situation needed a decision. As exec councillor, that is my decision to make. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll now move to Councillor Glasberg.
Yeah, okay, so my question is not about public scrutiny. I take all the points that have been made about that, and I think it is very important. But I'd like to go back a little bit to what Councillor Wade said at the beginning about the importance of the Folk Festival for Cambridge. And I'd like to thank the officers for running the festival in a way that I think has reflected the core values of the council, particularly things like the fact that it's always been very inclusive, family friendly, that we have managed to achieve the same standard of single use and recycling as many larger festivals. And the community clean-up afterwards has been exemplary and left the site in a pristine state. And also, as you said, the local involvement and the fact that the club tents have given local talent a lot of opportunity. So I think it's been very disappointing for people this year, but also I do agree that it is particularly partly the way that people have found out about it that made it such an unpleasant shock. And clearly there is a pattern here that goes back 5 years. So I think we do need more detail on the reasons for the decline of this. I mean, obviously there has been a big rise in the cost of the setup and the organisation, but it also seems there's been a big drop in the sale of camping tickets. And I wonder if the officers have had any chance to explore the reasons for this, particularly, I mean, obviously it may coincide with the fact that there's more cheap hotels locally and people are preferring that. I mean, obviously all this should have been discussed earlier. I'm glad that the review is going to take place now. I think that's really important. But I wonder about the timescale for it. I'm a bit concerned that At the moment, we don't know what the review is going to say, so it's not possible for us to say whether the council will actually have the time and the money to follow through on the recommendations that they might make. And we also have to be considering local government reorganisation is going to be happening. What is the impact of that going to be? I fear that the council must not be like an ostrich about this. These things are going to be happening and we need to be realistic about it. Thank you. Sorry.
I just wanted to say thank you for your positive feedback, Councillor. That's with the actual running of the festival. I agree. I think it's been well run. Particularly, we've won awards, and I'm sure Sam will be able to speak to this in more detail than I, for the sustainability of the festival. And yes, that's why we're asking for a consultation to find out where we go next. And I take your point about reorganisation of the government, but the government of the council, if you like. But none of us realise the impacts of that yet. And perhaps Sam can pick up on some of the other points as well, details of the actual consultants. Thank you.
Yeah.
Like to speak, Scan?
Happy to try and pick up just a few of those points. I mean, firstly, there's been no more disappointed people than the officers that have run the festival for many, many years. Not just those who are employed to run it, but the volunteers, the staff members that take annual leave and go and help in capacities that they have done for a long time. So even putting a recommendation forward that we have, which is a fallow year to come back in 2026, was a difficult one for officers to make, and took a lot of analysis to get there. So I think that's been a difficult space. In terms of the trends, you've looked at Appendix 1 and clearly seen, I think that the cost of living and ticket prices and full festival ticket prices and camping have all contributed to that decline, and what that has meant is a change of behaviour from all full festival tickets for 4 days to 1 day and day tickets, and the impact of that is significant. It's a sort of 4-to-1 ratio between that. So it's great to see lots of people coming through, but the sustainability and like you see in Appendix 1 really does need a more substantial full festival behaviour, I guess. In terms of the process we've covered a couple of times. The process we checked significantly with our Democratic Services team, and as we've said, ordinarily all folk festival operations year on year are made by officers. This was clearly an exceptional year given the decisions, the options we needed to put forward to the Exec Councillor for a decision, thus them going to the Exec Councillor, and I've picked up some of my points on that before. I guess the between there and communication, which was one of your points, we have to be really sensitive to not just the decision that we were asking to be made or needing to be made, but how that is communicated with the audiences, of which some early birds had bought tickets, with sponsors, that we require them to not just have confidence in us for 25, but ongoing, to make sure that this is sustainable. To suppliers, to artists, we had artists in discussion all the way through to January. We had over 100 artists being engaged. We had probably 35 that were ready to be programmed in, that had that in their program for 2025. And clearly that's a decision and communication. Our sort of first thought was how to get that clear and right and confident to those who will be the basis of a strong festival going forward. And that's where some of that consideration has come from, that sort of commercial sensitivity, and making sure that until clear decision had been made, we didn't say anything, and the first people that heard were all of those people that I've just outlined.
Thank you very much. I think that's that point covered quite clearly. Now, the next speaker is Councillor Payne, and then I've got you, Councillor Houck. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to pick on almost, I think, starts where Sam stopped, really, about that kind of time period, obviously, where decisions were being made and leading up to the announcement of the cancellation, so the kind of period from August through to January. It suggests in the report that it was apparent before January, that there was a problem following the 2024 festival financially. So I just wanted to ask, at what point was, it seems like around August, if what I read in the report is correct, that around August time it became clear that there was an issue with running the festival in future. Questions were starting to be asked about whether it was viable. Can I ask about what the Executive Council's response to that was? And following that time period from realising there were first issues with last year's folk festival, what options precisely were explored before making a decision to cancel this year?
I think I've understood that you're asking about a period in August. Is that right?
So in the report it suggests that it was around August that it was first realised there might be challenges to holding the folk festival, and at that point discussions began behind the scenes and decisions had to start being made during that time period. So I wondered if you could talk us through what other options you considered before deciding to cancel the festival and what was explored in advance of making this decision.
Well, we had the 4 options that were recommended in the report that we had in December, which, as I said before, I had sight of in December, one of which was to completely stop running the folk festival. The second was to take a fallow year, to carry on the folk festival with the resulting economic issues. And the last one was to have a fallow year and have a nod to the folk festival going forward in this summer. And they were the 4 recommendations that were put into the report.
Thank you. And the next question is from Councillor Houck, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 more questions. One is probably best addressed to officers, because we have noticed that recruitment has been taking place for at least one position with responsibility for the folk festival, and that other positions have been subject to the restructuring process within the council over this period. So one could conclude from that insufficient staffing was in place to look after the folk festival properly, or that staff may have been distracted by the lengthy restructuring process within the city council. So maybe you could comment on that. Second question is probably best addressed to the executive officer. So does the council feel that it is possible to retain and support within our local authority the type of industry expertise and modes of operation that other organizations of the festival sector can? So is the city council the best authority to organize such a festival? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Would you like to go first, Sam?
I can do. So you will have seen, as you've alluded to, within transformation, we've looked at transformation right across the organisation. The transformation that impacted those part of delivering the folk festival was very much about strengthening the resilience, and that's an ongoing, that's right across, I can speak for communities more than others, been right across all of our transformation, where we've got small teams that sort of deliver huge impact. We need to make sure there's some resilience. So the full transformation in that team was actually to broaden the resilience going forward. That change happened after 2024's folk festival. So the impact of the delivery of 2024 had nothing to do with the changes that came out at the back end of last year. What I would say to your second question, I know it wasn't quite directed at me, I'll leave it for others to decide where's best, but what I would say is that the City Council, from an officer perspective, have delivered the Folk Festival for 59 years. I think in the list it's probably one of the longest festivals in the UK. Delivered it successfully, delivered it profitably, as you can see from 2016. Clearly we are going through a difficult spell, as we're discussing tonight, which is why I think that the officers who are experts in the field of folk and festivals have put forward the recommendation that they did in January to sustain something that we hold so dear. So your question can be debated about where it's best, but I would just say from an officer perspective, we have long-lasting skills, both in the cultural services team, but right across the organisation that deliver what we do every single year.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything, Councillor Wade?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a question to the officer. On page 7, bullet point 5.3, could he just clarify that bullet point? Because it seems to say that up to this year, Executive Councillor didn't have a say in running the festival, and continuing the festival would not have required an executive decision. So could he just explain 5.3 in a bit more detail? Because like I say, it seems to say that for over 10 years, the matter didn't require an Executive Councillor decision, but this year it did.
So excuse me, cascading paper. The running of the folk festival has always been an operational matter, and the way that it is structured, if I take the sort of triggers for decision making, is that it is delivered in our budget as a sort of basically a cost neutral position, and so it doesn't hit those hurdles for the decisions that would ordinarily come to either an exec councillor or to scrutiny or to council that has been sort of put forward over the last few weeks, and so historically it hasn't come through for that sort of discussion. What I've said in my sort of introduction to the paper, the reason that it has come through for a decision this year is because of the significance of what the recommendations that we were putting forward, and we realised that we needed oversight and clarity politically, given we are a council, for that. So ordinarily, given the performance of the festival year on year, that's why it hasn't necessarily come forward. We don't bring programming or any of the other things through to this forum.
Thanks, Councillor Wade.
Yes, it's just to answer Councillor Ashton's point. It came to me really to take responsibility for that decision, because obviously the officers have said quite clearly that we understand that the differential between the work, the operational decisions are made by officers and the political decisions are made by councillors. And if you're an executive councillor, then the decision will come to you for the actual decision to be made regarding what happens in the future, and that's what happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wade. And we have one final question then from Councillor Payne.
Sorry, Chair, I have a couple more, apologies. So I wanted to ask, again, come back to this kind of period leading up towards the festival being cancelled. At what time of year would you normally start booking the acts for the next year's folk festival? Because I would imagine that's something which has to be done quite a long way in advance. I think when we spoke, Sam, you suggested it's normally around kind of September, October time, so that people can plan it obviously into their calendars. I know you were certainly in discussions with people, but it seems to me like those bookings were not being made, which sort of leads me to question, in reality, at what point was this cancelled, in the sense that we were not actually planning to hold it? And so I wonder if you can just talk us through at what point it was a fait accompli that this wasn't happening, and how long it then was before the festival was actually, the cancellation was actually announced to the press.
Yep. So a fallow year was established on the 7th of January. And on the 7th of January, in fact, all the way to the 17th of January, we could have delivered a festival for 2025. I said in the introduction, so we programme artists, we work with suppliers all the way through the year. That's where the complexity of having a full-time team come, and with that a programmer. We don't go into contract until December, January, and all the way through possibly to May, in terms of firming up contracts and all of that. As I mentioned, just to give some specifics, on the 17th of January, we were still in discussions with over 100 artists. Agents were coming forward all the way to that date, in fact, even further past that, to engage with us, and because we hadn't announced anything. So that shows that we clearly were ready and able to deliver a festival if that was the decision, even if that was against probably our recommendation. So that work happens all the way through the year. Hopefully that's clear now.
Thanks very much.
Can I just come back with a few more? Sorry, Chair, thank you for your patience. I just wanted to ask also about ticket sales, which were obviously ongoing until January. Can you confirm how many people had actually bought tickets who were then needed to be refunded?
Yeah. So we sold 200 early bird tickets, which is what we do at the rate of the year before. They were sold very quickly, and we have since offered all of them a refund. We have offered them a free ticket to one of the venue-based events for 2025. To date, I think we've had 45 people accept the refund from those 200.
Thank you.
Sorry, could I just come back to the axe question? As I was just trying to check my notes as well and make sure I've checked my memory right. When we met, I'm sure you did say that it would normally be September time that we would be signing up acts, and I think you said that at that point it was becoming clear the festival would be cancelled. I accept that was your recommendation. At what point, so it seems like there's a leaning from the council operationally, which has then come to the executive councillor in December. At what point in reality for you was it cancelled? As it seems that what you're telling us now is a little bit different to what it was previously.
It was the moment it was cancelled in the team's eyes and mine was on the 7th of January. All the way through from May last year, when we were looking at ticket sales, when we were understanding the trends that we had seen last year, all the way through to post the festival, and doing all of the analysis, putting all of the options together, of which we had financial soundings too. They weren't just on the back of a fag packet. Until a decision had been made, we could have delivered a folk festival for 2025. If there was clarity or lack of clarity about September, then that might have been on my words. But hopefully I've cleared that up.
Thank you. Now, I would like to bring the meeting to a close now, please, Councillor Payne.
Sorry, Chair, I think that's completely unacceptable. We've requisitioned this special council meeting. I've got 2 more questions. This is an international festival.
Okay. I will say that the questions you've asked, the last 2 have all been in the report, so you didn't actually need to ask them. But except that you can ask 2 more questions, please, and then for consideration of the fact that we have another meeting to go on to, the officers have made it really clear that they are willing to email and discuss with you any further questions So if we stick to the 2, please, and then we'll move on.
I'm sorry, Chair, this is absolutely appalling. We were here a few nights ago and the ruling group opposite literally stopped debate. They voted to stop a motion brought following all the proper procedures from being
Councillor
debated.
Payne,
This is
there's
appalling
been
that you are continuing to put out
absolutely
debates.
no attempt to stop you asking
Literally
questions.
said I could ask 2 questions, Chair.
And I'm just saying that the questions you have asked have actually been asked in the report.
With
but
respect,
the
Chair, they
officers have
haven't.
also said that they are very willing to hear any answer by email or telephone or talk to you if you have further questions. So I've said I will accept your 2 more questions. You've already asked 7. Okay, so that's fine. 2 more and then we will move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think the last 2 questions I've just asked were very clearly not in the report because it was about a conversation we had. What I want to ask now is going forward, this has been a mess. We're now in a situation where I do think it will be very difficult to rekindle.
Is this a question or a comment?
It is a question, Chair. If I could be allowed to speak and get on with it. What I do think is that it will be quite difficult to rekindle the festival going forward, and I think the danger with the fallow year is that you lose the opportunity to reach out to the sponsors to say, we're at risk of cancelling this, what can you do to help us? So I wondered if the Executive Councillor could share with us what her plans are in order to help maintain that trust with the wider market, and whether she could reflect to us on any of her learnings about the handlings of this going forward. That's my last question, Chair.
Both questions? Thank you. Councillor Way, would you like to respond?
I think the first one, question around trust in sponsor, I will ask Sam to answer. Thank you.
I mean, having fallow years is not uncommon across festivals. Glastonbury has a fallow year every other year. WOMAD, if we're talking about international festivals, is probably one of the biggest international festivals hosted in the UK, has announced a fallow year as well. So it isn't uncommon. Clearly, what we need to do is ensure that we can give confidence to all of the people and audiences that we've talked about, suppliers, artists. And so coming up with a plan, continuing with the events that we've got in 2025 to continue to engage local residents is going to be critical, and maintaining and putting forward a really confident proposal for 2026, which is what we were really looking to do through the communication of this in January, is going to be vital. I don't think it's unreasonable. Sponsorship is incredibly challenging, so I wouldn't want to profess that we'll, through a review, you suddenly come up with a festival that sponsors would automatically come to. But I think it's important that we need to put a confident offer together, and that we have to do that collectively.
Thank you. Councillor Wade, I know you're going to sum up in a moment. Did you want to just answer
Yes,
Councillor
just
Payne's
quickly.
point?
Yes, just lessons learned. Clear communication, because obviously things can be taken out of context and misinformation abounds and things are spun, let's face it. Lessons learned as well. We've got a dedicated and committed team. That's a positive lesson that's learned. Lessons learned. The festival in Cambridge is internationally held in high esteem because of the good way it's been run in the past. It's got so many positives and it's so important to the community. And the final lesson learned is the generous and supportive feedback that we've had from the folk community, and who have been nothing but positive. Once, obviously I accept that they were disappointed, but that was a huge positive lesson, that they were willing to come and talk and help us move forward with our plans for next year. They're all positive lessons. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I think we're now going to draw the meeting to a close. Thank you very much for a really positive and useful discussion. I'd like to thank the officers for very comprehensive answers and for a very thorough report. The officers have made it quite clear that if you have further questions, they are open to discussion, to email by phone. So please do take that opportunity if you have anything that comes up that hasn't been answered this evening. I've also asked the officers that going forward that they report to us regularly and that we're kept in the picture as to developments ready for 2025 and also for 2026 so that we can also communicate to our residents, and I think that will be very helpful. I understand that the report or for what's going to get the schedule for the summer is coming out on the 7th of April or thereabouts, so we look forward to that very much. So this is not an item to be voted on. We just have a recommendation to note the information that we've been given this evening. And so I then just ask the Executive Council if there's anything you would like to say to sum up before we conclude the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Just to reiterate my thanks to the officers and to the folk community who've been very, very supportive and very helpful, and to all those people that have offered help and advice, including the Cherry Hinton Ward councillors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that concludes our meeting. We'll go off now line, please, Boris. And how long do you... Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Councillor Pounds, and I'm the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Environment and Community Scrutiny Committee, taking place at 6:59 on the 29th of March. I'll now roll call councillors alphabetically by surname so that the public can see who they are. Are you present, please? Councillor Nestor?
Present.
Ashton?
Present.
Divkovic?
Present.
Glasberg? Hauk?
I'm here, thank you.
Payne? And Swift?
Present, Chair.
Thank you. We've had no apologies this evening. We're also joined by Executive Councillor for Communities, Councillor Wade.
Here, Chair.
Executive Councillor for Community Safety, Homelessness and Wellbeing, Councillor Holloway.
Present, Chair.
Thank you. Executive Councillor for Climate Action and Environment, Councillor Moore.
Present, Chair.
And Executive Councillor for Open Spaces and City Services, Councillor Smart.
Evening, Chair.
Welcome, everybody. We're also joined tonight by Director of Communities, Sam Scharf, on my right, Committee Manager, James Goddard, on my left, and our producer, Boris Herzog, next to James. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I'll introduce them at the start of the relevant agenda items. Please, could those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please switch off your microphone and camera unless you are invited to speak. I beg your pardon. The process is that the relevant officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. The Scrutiny Committee will then discuss the item, may ask questions of the officer and the Executive Councillor for clarification. At the end of the deliberation, I'll ask the committee to vote by a show of hands on the officer's recommendation. In the event of a tied vote, I will have casting vote as chair. At this stage, the Executive Councillor will be asked to make the decision. If the view of the Executive Councillor differs from the view of the Scrutiny Committee, the decision will be deferred to the Leader of the Council. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. So we move on to agenda item 2. Could I have any declarations of interest, please? Councillor Ashton.
Ward Council for Cherryington, page 187, reclaiming green space on Church End, Rosemary Lane, Cherryington through tree planting, which is asking for 4,500 for that project. So I need to declare an interest. That is in my ward.
Thank you. Any other declarations of interest? No, just the one, James. Thank you. We move on to agenda item 3. The minutes of the meeting of the 16th of January 2025 have been submitted to this meeting for approval. Are there any concerns, please? Are we all happy to accept the minutes? Yes, I believe we are. So we move on to agenda item 4, public questions. We have 2 public questions received in advance of the meeting. The text of the questions will not be read out as they've been published in advance. We will ask the public speakers to quickly introduce themselves, and then the Executive Councillor or Officer has 2 minutes, please, to provide a response. Public speakers may then ask a follow-up question for up to 2 minutes, and the Executive Councillor to respond likewise. Only 30 minutes are allocated to this part of the meeting. So I'd like to welcome the public speakers, and I believe that they are both online. So we go to public speaking question number 1, please.
I think that's Colin from the Rare team. I think, Chair, the public speaker may no longer be online, but I'll ask the meeting producer just to show the question, and then perhaps we'll take the response from the Exec Councillor then. I think we lost the public speaker, Chair, so it's just as you see.
So the public question is online on the screen, and can I ask the Executive Councillor please to respond?
Thank you. They're not here, but I assume that the speakers will perhaps listen back. So firstly, I'd just like to apologise for the confusion that was caused by me, because it was my comments on the radio that are referred to in the question. So the press release is correct, because that includes the most up-to-date information, which was signed off by the council officers and both the exec councillor, myself, and my counterpart in South Cambs. So Regen, who are we have a new recycling contract with them. They've told us that within the first half of this year, they'll have a new recycling facility in England. And when they do, our recycling will go there instead of to Northern Ireland. So on the radio, when I was talking about the new contract, I was also talking about and trying to explain, obviously not very well, the procurement process, which was carried out when we were just expecting the recycling to go to the Regen plant in Newry for the full 5 years of the contract. But what I was trying to explain was that even with the recycling going to Newry for 5 years, that was the best option open to us, which is why Regen were the successful bidder in the procurement process. However, I do acknowledge that it's difficult for residents who live next to waste and recycling facilities. We know that residents who live near our landfill in South Cambridgeshire, they regularly report issues. And that's why recycling is not a panacea. Reducing the amount of waste we make should be a priority for all of us. But just to be super clear, we are expecting the recycling from Cambridge City and South Cambs to be sent to a facility in England this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moore, for that clarification.
Just to say, because obviously they're not here to ask a follow-up, but if they want to email, then they can.
Thank you. Yes, I assume there's no follow-up as they're not present online.
No follow-up, Chair.
No. But just to say that, yes, Councillor Moore is happy to exchange emails or be for them to contact her if they have a need of any further information. Thank you. So we move on to public question number 2, which is online. Is the questioner present?
There's no question of present, Chair. It's just a statement that was sent in.
Okay, thank you. So the statement is online, and I'd like the Executive Councillor to make a response, please.
That's me, Chair. So the question relates to the roundabout you come to on Elizabeth Way when you go out of town, Chesterton Road on the left-hand side, and going east, Chesterton High Street on the right-hand side. This is an oval-shaped roundabout. So I'm quite familiar with the roundabout myself, as well. I go to King's Hedges. So the City Council supports the principle of managing the roundabout at the junction of Chesterton Road and Elizabeth Way in a way that balances highway safety with biodiversity benefits. We recognise the importance of maintaining habitats for pollinators and invertebrates while ensuring clear visibility for road users. However, as highway management responsibilities fall under the County Council's remit, any commitment to a specific mowing regime would be subject to their agreement. That said, we are keen to work in partnership with them to advocate for a management approach that includes a visibility cut around the perimeter while leaving the central area uncut from spring through to autumn, as originally proposed. And that's as the questioner suggests, so that sort of concurs, really. Given the City Council's declaration of a butterfly-friendly city, we are committed to embedding insect-friendly practices whenever possible in our green space management. We will continue engaging with the County Council to encourage an approach that delivers both ecological and safety benefits and will provide updates as discussions progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smart. There won't be a supplementary as they are not present. So that ends our public questions, and we can move on to agenda item 5, on the market traders' terms and conditions. So I'd like to ask John Richards, who's the Technical and Specialist Services Manager, to present for this. Thank you. Yeah, Alistair, you're presenting. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to do tonight, Chair. Thank you. Tonight I'm supported by Tim Jones, who's the Street Trading and Market Manager for the City. So the report tonight outlines the revised terms and conditions for market traders operating on Cambridge Market. Following a thorough consultation process with traders, key updates have been made to make sure we have fairness, compliance and long-term sustainability for the market. The changes aim to support a vibrant, well-managed market while balancing the needs of traders, residents and visitors. The report includes an equalities impact assessment to ensure inclusivity, as well as a summary of the feedback received and how it's been incorporated into the terms and conditions. The recommendations are set out in section 1 of the report, and I'm happy to take any questions on the report that's been presented this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Now, this wasn't presented or requested for pre-scrutiny. However, I'm quite happy to have a debate and take questions if there's anybody would like to ask a question. So, Councillor Houck, and is there anybody else? Councillor Divkovic. So we'll take those two to start with then.
I mean, I've got two quick questions that all makes a lot of sense. I mean, the report mentions that market traders will be encouraged to reduce their carbon footprint and use recycling and reduce waste or take care of their own waste management. I'm just curious how the council will monitor and enforce this. You know, and are there any clear guidelines on what market traders are supposed to do? And the second question is, I mean, there's mentioned that now the council can potentially relocate traders for various reasons, which makes sense. I'm just curious, I mean, if this should have a negative impact on some of these traders, could be due to disability or any other reasons. So which measures are there to mitigate this, especially since the number of responses to the consultation was quite low? So have really all market traders have had their say in this, for this particular issue? And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alistair, would you like to respond? Or?
Yeah, I can respond to the first point. Already speaking with some of our high waste users who use polystyrene, fishmongers, they've already indicated that they're going to take their polystyrene back to the source where they have recycling facilities on site. So that's a big win for a start. Polystyrene uses up a lot of the waste that we provide. Secondly, market traders are small businesses and they will need to have business waste transfers when they set up their own provisions for their waste. So that's something that we can monitor in terms of the certificates that they get.
Thank you very much, Tim. Councillor Moore, did you want to add something?
With the regards to the relocating the traders, really this comes out of the pandemic and the changes that we had to make to the market to make it safe. And currently traders are licensed to a pitch, and that's their pitch, and you can't move them. So in the pandemic, it was that was quite challenging for the markets team. And obviously we really hope that we're not going to go through something like that again. But we just have learned lessons that we need, the team needs some flexibility in order to manage it. And it wouldn't be, you talked about disability, it wouldn't be moving them to a completely on top of the, somewhere very far away. It's more about within the market, or obviously at some point, if we have to relocate the market for the works to take place, for example, relaying the floor, then it's a good step towards that. But it actually came out of the pandemic and the lockdowns.
Thank you. And Councillor
Oh, and sorry, there was something about a low response. So I know that the markets team worked very hard to email the, I mean, do you want to answer that?
Absolutely, yeah. So we had two trader drop-in sessions. Each were for 3 hours in length. We had online meetings with the Traders Association sort of core member group. We had an online survey that we encourage repeatedly for traders to fill out. We were also in contact with the NMTF, with the representative for Cambridge.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor Houck? Yeah, good. Councillor Ashton, please. Sorry, it's Councillor Divkovic and then Councillor Ashton.
Yep, I've got a few questions. So with regards to 2.6, which is the change to allow the council the right to alter the pitch location of licensed traders on any given day at their absolute discretion. And I know that in response you've said that you will give as much notice as possible. Concern obviously has been raised about this. Could you guarantee that as part of the process you'll consult with the traders to ensure that this doesn't cause any practical issues for them? With regards to 7.3, and this is, bear with me. Bear with me. Okay, so reducing the number of consecutive weeks, consecutive calendar days from 8 to 4. So the amended from 8 consecutive calendar days that they'll fail to attend the market for a period of 4 consecutive weeks. Could you guarantee that you'll take into consideration extenuating circumstances when considering any disciplinary procedures for traders that fail to attend the market for the period amended? A third question is regarding the concern from the respondent, from the 10th respondent, which is regarding the disciplinary procedure. Could you just confirm that that they are satisfied with the response and the proposed changes made to the disciplinary procedure and the changes in the terms and conditions? And lastly, with regards to 3.7, and that's with the 3 months notice that will be given to traders to terminate their license. Concerns have been raised in the comments from the traders regarding the use of, obviously, this power to terminate the licenses on, and they've raised the concern that this will be done en masse for future market projects. Could you confirm, because the responses didn't really deal with this directly, could you confirm that it won't be used for that purpose? Thank you.
Thank you. Is that over to you, Alistair or Tom?
Can I just come in on the last one? That this is being added to essentially remove all the traders from the market as part of the project. The project is to ensure the long-term future of the market, to make it safe, B, to make it a more pleasant and up-to-date space, and a better market for the traders, for the shoppers, and a more pleasant and suitable civic space for the city. So we're working very hard to work with the traders to find a solution that works for them, but that also addresses the other needs of residents in the city who did support a flexible market. So just to be very clear, we're not doing anything to try and get rid of the traders. We want the traders, that's why we're investing a lot in the market to keep a market into the future. So can you answer the other ones? But I just wanted to say that, thanks.
Yeah, sure. answer the first two and then I'll pass on to my colleague Alistair. So the first one was about giving guarantees about moving pitches, traders on a temporary basis to another location. We will consult with traders, but the idea behind it is in a scenario where on any given day we have a situation on the market where, for example, we have an area where we have a lot of hot food and they need electricity, and there's other areas of the market where they don't need electricity. And if we have a fault with the electricity on that given day and we need to move traders to ensure that the hot food traders or any other trader that uses electricity can be moved, we now have the power to be able to do that. It's not something I envision on doing on a daily basis, and absolutely we would consult with any traders that are affected. With regards to your second point, it's a very short answer, yes. Obviously, if there's extenuating circumstances for why they've been absent, then absolutely we will take on board any health-related issues, but also anything, a mechanical car breakdown, for example, it will be done on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you very much. And now I'll go to Councillor Ashton. Oh, beg your pardon. Yes, we have one more question.
Yes, sorry, just one further question, Chair, to clarify, relating to the disciplinary procedure and the feedback we received from an organisation. It relates to Article 6 of Human Rights relating to for a fair trial, and as it's a civil matter, management of the market, not a criminal matter, we have sought advice. We sought advice on the proposed terms and conditions of the market before we went out to consultation. We also sought advice on the consultation process and what was involved with that. We've also sought further advice, having received the response from the respondent in respect of the points they make in regards to our disciplinary process. Part of that legal advice meant that we have amended the disciplinary process within the new terms and conditions. And in response to have we heard back from the respondent, we have made them aware. We've also made them aware of this committee, and to date we have had no response from that individual. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you happy with your responses, Councillor? I'll go to Councillor Ashton, please.
Thank you, Chair. How many active traders have we got at present, and how many have agreed and signed up to these new proposals? And just a small matter of housekeeping, pages 99 and 100, I thought I was at the opticians when they say which line can you read, because they are so small compared to the rest of the documents.
Thank you, Chair. So we've got 142 active traders, but at this time, Councillor Ashton, no one signed up to the terms and conditions because they're not yet approved. So once they're approved, we'll have a discussion. There'll be a process of transferring them onto these new terms and conditions.
Yes, did you want to follow up?
So we've discussed with the traders already, though, I presume, the terms and conditions, or this is...
Yes, that's correct. So they've been given the draft terms and conditions to comment on with a period of consultation, extended period of consultation. We got feedback from about, was it 10 respondents? 10 respondents with about 38 different things to respond to. We've responded to those. The process tonight is for us to sign off the terms and conditions, which are now what we will operate the market under, if they're approved tonight by the Executive Council.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions now? No, I think... Oh, Councillor Swift.
Thanks, Chair. This is not actually directly related to the PAC. It's just about the uncertainty about the future of the market and Cartwright-Pickard plans and the civic quarter redevelopment. And it's just to ask the Executive Officer more for reassurance that with the number of stalls being reduced potentially from 91 to 54 to 27 and the sort of gazebo idea, that Market Square, which has functioned since medieval times, will always continue to be a market square rather than a venue primarily for tourists. Thank you. Could we just have a bit of reassurance about that, please, that it's a market square for market? traders.
Thank you, Councillor Swift. Councillor Moore, did you want to add anything? You have
Yes,
already made a
absolutely.
statement. Yeah.
That's at the heart of this project. A lot of work is going into thinking about the new types of stalls. We've changed our plans. They're still in progress. What's the word? They're still not fixed. We obviously had the petition asking for more permanent stalls at full council, not the one last week, a few weeks before that. We're taking that feedback on board. We are meeting with traders monthly, except during the election period. So our next meeting is next Wednesday, when we'll be talking about the plans for the permanent stalls. The numbers that you mentioned are not the overall numbers of stalls, that's just for the permanent stalls. And actually, those numbers have already changed. But again, it's still not set in stone. They could change again. It depends on the design of the stall, what works for the traders, what works for the markets team, but also what works. It's not just for, visitors do matter to the city, they matter to residents, and they matter to the businesses in the city. But actually it's also for the residents. Residents responded to the consultation, they support having a flexible space, and so we want a space that works for everybody. But yes, we absolutely are working on having a market in the market square, a 7-day-a-week market with up-to-date permanent stalls. They'll have new electrics, so we won't have the issues that Tim raised. We hope to design out antisocial behaviour. They'll have new lights. The floor will be smooth and accessible and easy to clean. It's going to be a much better market, not with what's on offer, but I mean from the design of it. That's the aim.
Thank you very much for those reassurances, Councillor Moore. Councillor Divkovic.
Yeah, I'd like to propose a minor amendment to 7.8 to remove the requirement for it to be a written communication that's received, because I'm just considering, obviously we've got a lot of members, for example, it might be digitally excluded, or they might come from different cultural backgrounds, and so maybe providing a written communication might be harder for them to do. So by providing a communication, that would avoid this issue. Thank you.
Useful, and then we vote on it.
Councillor.
Can I just ask the markets team, when you say written, do you also mean a sort of text message or email would suffice?
That's what I was going to say. It's not necessarily email. We're looking at maybe creating a WhatsApp group or a text message. It's about better communication, not just for the markets team, but to allow other traders the information ahead of time. We get a lot of musical chairs out on the market, and the sooner that we know about the absence, the better.
Could you include oral communication then?
Could I make a suggestion in terms of 7.8, if we are looking to make amendments, we just remove the requirement in writing, and so we have it, market team will be notified of absence by 8 o'clock on the day of the question. If the communication is not received before this time, the fee will not be applied. So it would have to be some form of communication, either a text message, or WhatsApp, or it gives us a range of other items rather than just a written letter, email, for instance. It's okay.
Councillor Divkovic, are you happy that that suggestion is an...
Yeah, that's what I initially suggested.
That's fine then. Now, is there somebody who will second? Sorry, are you...
I understand the proposal. My concern is that we have 142 traders. We've got 4 members of the team, and I need to be sure when we're crediting people's fees that there is that notification has happened, and without the written element to it, it's difficult to sort of track when that came. That's the concern I had about that.
I think we're saying that there must be written, obviously they must have it in writing, but you're asking that they also communicate verbally, or?
Well, just consideration to be taken for people that might not be digitally savvy or come from a different cultural background that might have issues providing written communication. If that's included or considered within that framework, then that's fine. But my suggestion was just to remove written, but obviously to have that communication.
I am concerned that if it's not written, it's not probably so valid, is it? Yeah, Councillor Moore?
That's my concern. I completely appreciate where Councillor Divkovic is coming from, a concern for people that maybe don't have access to emails in the morning. But if the markets team are then expected to give people refunds, essentially, and it's based on a phone call where maybe there was also an awful lot going on, it puts a lot of pressure on the markets team and sort of opens up a different can of worms. I think it would be better to stick with the wording that we have, and perhaps the markets team can, in their interactions with traders, confirm that everyone is able to text. I think we should be able to expect that as a minimum.
Are you able to confirm that you will basically make sure that people have got the message, whether it's written, and if you're not getting a response, then that you will follow it up with another method?
Something I advocate within the team is to try and acknowledge all of the emails that come in. So absolutely we would acknowledge it. And just as an added bit of reassurance, of the 142 traders that Alistair mentioned earlier, 141 do email. It's just one that doesn't. And that individual text messages when he has issues with communication. And it won't just be email, it will be text messages that we'd accept as well.
Are you happy with that arrangement?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's great, thank you. Councillor Ashton?
Yeah, I think we need to have some kind of discipline, because I know when I've talked to market traders in the past, they get very upset when traders haven't turned up for the stall, because it means somebody's not had the opportunity to go on the market, which is a valuable place as well. And we've all seen instances where the stall's empty. And I've talked to traders, the stall's empty. Yeah, they haven't turned up again. They do this on a regular basis. So I do think we need some kind of discipline installed into the traders. And I fully understand that having a contract like this will make them more aware that they need to make sure they're complying with our regulations, rather than they can turn up whenever they want and not face any consequences. So, yeah, I'm in favour of keeping where we are, really, that they sign up and they know what's going on.
Thank you very much. I think if we're happy now, we'll proceed to the vote, please. So can I have the recommendations, which are on page 19? Everyone in favour, could you please raise your hand?
Yeah, it's all right. I realise the Exec Council can't vote. Unanimous.
Thank you. I accept the... Oh.
Yes, thank you. That vote was unanimous, and very welcome to. So thank you very much for your work, officers. Councillor Moore, do you accept our recommendations?
I do accept the recommendations, and thank the officers for all of their work on this. Obviously, it's been a lot of work to update them. Thank you.
Good. Now we proceed to agenda item 6, weekly food waste collections. And our presenting officer is Bode Isan. I believe he's online.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. My colleague, Rebecca, will want to just take us briefly through the paper. Rebecca? You want to put your camera up, please, Rebecca?
Yeah. Pressing the right buttons. Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Good. Okay. Yes, brief introduction. Thank you, Chair. We're in a position where the Environment Act 2021 it requires all councils to align their household waste and recycling services with the new nationwide requirements of simpler recycling. And the most pressing task for this is for us to introduce weekly food waste collections to households by the 1st of April 2026. And so this report outlines the proposals for the design of that service and the financial implications of the change. So we will be following best practice in the rollout of the service and to build on the success of our previous 3-year trial. Essentially, the service will mean that residents in houses will be provided with a 5-litre indoor caddy, a 23-litre outdoor caddy, and then residents in flats and apartments will get the 5-litre indoor caddy, and then they will share a 140-litre bin. And we will, of course, be running a communications campaign to support the change and ensure that residents know how to use the service. The new service will also require a procurement of up to 22 new 12-tonne food waste vehicles and the employment of up to 70 additional staff to mobilise the service. Although we are in the middle of conducting a route mapping exercise, and actually indicates it might only need 21 vehicles. Since writing the report, we now know the outcome of our appeal to DEFRA for the shortfall in funding. And we've had confirmation that we do have the additional funding for both capital and revenue. So total funding from DEFRA, as outlined in the appendix, is capital of just over 3,197,000, and we have transitional revenue of just over £121,000. Initial review of the impact of that recent funding show there still remains a bit of a shortfall, but we need to do some further work to establish exactly the financial position of that. But any shortfall that there is in the funding will be divided up between the two shared service authorities and based on property numbers and the agreements laid down within the shared service MOU. So there's still 2 questions that we need to resolve with DEFRA. There's ongoing revenue funding, which we don't quite know about yet, but we'll hear about that soon, we hope. And also there's still an outstanding question about whether they will offer any funding for the expansion of the depot, although we did get a communication from them just today, but they still said they are still considering the request, so we don't quite know the outcome of that yet. So the recommendations are obviously at the beginning of the report, but we are looking for endorsement of the proposals for implementing the service from April 2026, and that the committee notes the potential costs to implement the collections, and also notes that the costs have been included in the 25-26 budget.
Thank you very much, Dee. I would add that we have an additional revised agenda pack, and I hope you will receive that one. Yes. So is there any debate? Councillor Ashton, Councillor Houck.
Thank you, Chair. It's regards the 140-litre smaller wheelie bin for bin stores in flats. I notice it mentions caddy liners, which obviously individual people will use. But when you're having a wheelie bin for shared use in the flats, will that have a liner in? And whose responsibility for putting that liner in? Because I can imagine just the raw food being dropped in the bins and that being a real mess when it comes to being emptied and cleaned, what have you. So just clarification, will there be a liner for the 140 large bin? And who will actually ensure that has a liner in? Because otherwise that bin's going to get really smelly and dirty.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Moore, I think you're happy to answer that.
Well, I'm happy to answer that. The caddy liners are for the small kitchen caddies. So everyone can put their bags of waste into their food waste in a bag into the bin. So, and that's one of the benefits of having a separate food waste collection, is that the food waste will be sent to an anaerobic digester. So at the current system, it goes to in-vessel composting, and you can't use too many of those liners, those supposedly biodegradable liners. They actually don't break down quickly enough. Whereas in this new system, you could actually use any plastic bag because the anaerobic digester pull them apart and take the food waste. So that's what makes it more successful and more pleasant for residents to use, because they can put the food waste in a plastic bag. So those bins won't have liners. Obviously, there is still the possibility that the liners themselves could break, but that's the same for any bins in flats. So I don't know whether we have a current scheme for cleaning bins in flats. No. So, but ideally, people would be putting them in bags.
Thank you. Next question was from Councillor Houck, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got three hopefully succinct questions, but first of all, thank you very much for this report. Waste disposal is obviously important and complicated. So question number one is that about the staff requirements. So the service will require 66 additional frontline staff. And considering that there are already challenges to recruitment in section 15.2 as described, for example, so what measures will be put in place to ensure adequate staffing levels? Question two, it's important to take the public with us with anything like this. Obviously, it is the public who will have to do it ultimately, to put their rubbish in the right bins. So what kind of public awareness and education campaigns are planned to make sure the public really can use this service as efficiently as possible? And question number three is, especially after the publicity that the recycling contract with Northern Ireland got recently, so what will happen to the food waste after collection? Where will it go and what's going to happen to it? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Houck. Shall I come to you, Bode, for that?
Thank you, Chair. I would take the first and third question, and my colleague Rebecca will take the second one. Yes, it's an absolutely correct fact that it's going to be a challenge trying to source up to 70 new staff members. And we're not just the only ones. Several other councils across the country will be doing this as well. What we plan to do is to start early. We have an in-house training program for drivers. Drivers will be the more challenging cadre to try to recruit. So already we're trying to recruit our current loaders just to get them onto the training program so that by about September, December, we hope to have trained at least 10, 12 drivers of our own. I'll be ready to go. There's no guarantee, but the main thing is we are going to be trying to train a lot more drivers in-house, but also working closely with the agencies that we use now as support for when drivers are off or when we don't have enough. So we have 2, 3 agencies that we use. So we're going to be working with them and trying to do road shows both within the area and outside, just to try and make sure that we're putting our best foot forward and trying to recruit the people that we need. So yes, it's going to be a challenge, but we plan to start early and to try to recruit internally as well for drivers. In terms of the disposal, this is, I'm sure Councillor Hawk knows, this is done by the County Council. And the assurance that we have been given by the County Council, like Councillor Moore outlined already, is that the waste that we collect will be taken to anaerobic digestion facilities. And that's one of the reasons why we have chosen to collect food waste separately, because by doing that, it makes the AD process a lot smoother. So that's going to be, that's the best way of treating food waste. It not only produces a natural soil enhancer, but also the product includes gas, electricity, which is then fed back to the grid. So we're hoping that that's still going to be the case. That's something that the County Council is working on, and that will be a very good story for our residents as well. In terms of public awareness campaigns and communications, I'll let Rebecca share some more thoughts on that.
Thank you.
Yes, so sorry. Yeah, so we have some experience of doing this in our trial, and our approach is that we do like to give residents notice of the change that is coming, and so we actually deliberately write to them a few weeks in advance of even delivering them the new containers, to give them the advance warning of the service and drip feed that information to them. And then obviously they will then get a repeat of that and more in-depth information alongside the delivery of the actual containers. But then supporting all of that core communication, there will be lead-up communications generally using other methods such as our magazines, social media, and all that supporting communications to just raise the general level of awareness that this service change is coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Has that covered all your points, Councillor Howe? Yeah. Do we have any more questions? Councillor Divkovic and Councillor Glasberg.
Sorry, Chair, can I speak? Yeah. I'm really pleased and I very much welcome this. I know residents have asked what is happening following the trial. So separate collections of weekly food waste is very good, and it will hopefully encourage personal food waste management. We all carry a personal responsibility, so that's very good. So one of my questions of two is, it says that anaerobic digestion as a disposal method is cheaper for the taxpayer, which is always welcome, than in-vessel composting. Could you just simply explain this and how that works? Just a little bit about that. And my second question is, so food waste is a huge contributor to methane and gas produced in landfill. And so what are the risks and do the benefits outweigh the extra costs? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moore, did you want to answer that?
Yes. So as Bode said, one of the main benefits of anaerobic digestion is that it's an energy source, and so that's why it's cheaper, because that can then be the company with the anaerobic digester can make a profit from it, whereas the in-vessel composting makes that sort of soil improver, which it's much better than the food waste going to landfill, but it's not as valuable. Sorry, I've just gone totally blank on your second question. Yes, please, sorry.
Okay, so this is just about food waste being a huge contributor to methane. Okay? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, so we have a good system currently to put the food waste in the green bin, but it going to an anaerobic digester is much better. As has been said, you can get energy from it. But also, because residents will be able to use bags, more residents will want to put their food waste in the separate food waste collection, and also because it's collected weekly than residents who currently use the green bin. So we still get an awful lot of food waste in the black bin, and that's the worst option because it goes to landfill, and that's where it has the methane issues. So this is far better for the environment, and that's why national government is rolling it out across the country. And I would say to Councillor Houck's previous question, I think the fact that it's happening nationally will also help with our campaign. Yes, the team will work really hard, but it's great to have the backup that it'll be rolled out across the country in places that don't have it. Lots of councils' areas already have a separate food waste collection. Thank you.
Thank you. Bode or Dee, did you want to add anything to that? No.
Councillor Moore has covered it. No, thank you.
No. I think we'll all be glad not to have very pongy green bins all summer as well. And I think you also mentioned once before, Councillor Moore, that it makes people much more aware of how much food they are wasting, and hopefully it will change habits as well. Do we have any more questions? Councillor Swift and Councillor Glasberg.
Thanks, Chair.
Beg your pardon, I think Councillor Glasberg was next. She's on my list, and then I've got you for afterwards, okay?
That was the microphone that had problems on Monday night, so it might be the microphone.
That's the same. Is that better? Okay. Well, you partly answered. You answered one of my questions about the cost and benefit analysis of it all, and I do welcome it. I mean, I agree with you that it's something that we should be doing, and I also think that raising awareness of how much food we're wasting is also really important. I am a bit concerned. There's two main things that concern me. Is this one thing is quite simple. Is this just being rolled out to all households? Because it doesn't seem as if there's a lot of flexibility. There is flexibility about the size of the container, but is everybody going to be given one of these containers? Because actually a lot of people already do composting themselves. So wouldn't actually need it. And I think there seems to be so much uncertainty about the funding, which is quite worrying, I think, because what we were told in the pre-briefing was that there was still a £200,000 gap. Is that right? How much are we looking at having to spend on this, and where will the money come from?
Councillor Moore, did you want to answer?
So yes, it's just being rolled out to all households. I asked the same question because, you know, for example, does every house need an indoor caddy? But it's actually much more expensive and much more complicated to have an ad hoc service. It's better to roll it out to absolutely everybody. Then all the communication is the same. And as Rebecca said, the trial was carried out on flats and houses, and lessons were learnt from that. And the best solution is to roll out the same to everybody. The uncertainty around the funding, yes, that was around DEFRA and how they have counted. They are doing this across the country, so they've had to kind of work out a formula for how much to give each council. And unfortunately, when they worked on ours, they initially sort of discounted all of our flats. But the money has already been agreed in the budget. So it's actually like a saving we've already made. I think that answers all the questions, but yes, I did want to say, yes, I should have said that the benefits are not just on food waste not going to landfill, it's also, there should be benefits in residents not creating as much food waste, because it's more obvious how much food you're wasting, so then you think about that when you go to the supermarket or the market.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moore. I'll just come to Bode or Rebecca. And Rebecca, apologies for calling you Dee. That's the name at the top of the report. I do apologise. Do you have anything to add to those questions before we move on to the next one?
I think just to add that the cost has been very largely mitigated already. And I think the biggest benefit going forward is that DEPRA has now corrected our household numbers so that when they do allocate ongoing revenue funding, hopefully that'll be a lot closer to the mark. Because in the past, they didn't acknowledge the fact that we had flats in both Cambridge City Council and South Cambridgeshire District Council. Now that's been updated. So whilst we still have a much limited gap for the capital funding, that may still come down, but also the revenue funding should now be a lot closer to what we should be needing.
And can I just say something as well? I would say that I think the food waste, the curbside collection service, I think very much complements what we think of as, you know, home composting. And it is traditionally the case that in a home compost bin, you can't put 100% of your food waste. So things like meat, dairy, I mean, some people do, but traditionally you're not supposed to. And in, you know, in that kind of situation, if you've got, we do have a lot of residents that are committed home composters. So this service will only complement that because it will allow them to dispose of the rest of their food waste in the best way.
Thank you very much for that. And Councillor Swift for final question.
Thanks, Chair. I think Councillor Hawke asked about where the depot is. I think I might have missed it, but whereabouts in England is the depot actually going to be located? you might have said, but I wasn't quite sure about that. The other thing is about the not using biodegradable plastic bags. I mean, when you go to the supermarket, you're forced to buy plastic bags for vegetables and all the rest of it. There's a tremendous appetite for with the public to actually stop using non-biodegradable plastic bags. And is it possible that there might be quite soon a new generation of biodigestible plastic bags that actually have the right time to decompose relative to the time that they need to contain the food before it's biodigested in the depot? Thank you.
Thank you. Shall I come to you, Bodhi, for that answers to that one?
Thank you, Chair. So at present, the plan is that we'll continue to take the food waste to the depot in Water Beach. So what the county council, who is the disposal authority, what they plan to do is to collect the waste from there, to bulk it up, and then send it to a facility. Same thing that happens to our green waste today. That facility, as of today, that treats the green waste is in St. Ives, so it's very, very local. What we understand is that they plan to use the same facility, who will be developing an AD plant either on the same premises or nearby. So the food waste we collect will be taken to a facility in Water Beach, as present at now, and then it will be bulked up and sent to a facility that the county council will contract with. Our understanding is that that's very likely to be the same facility in St. Ives at the moment or nearby. In terms of the bags, there are several bags that are readily available that are biodegradable, but the benefit of using the AD anaerobic digestion is that any type of bag can be decomposed within the treatment process because it's very, very high temperature, well, higher than IBC. So plastic bags, paper bags will decompose in the process. So that's another benefit of this approach.
Excellent. Thanks very much. That's good.
Thank you. So if there's no more questions, all right, Councillor Ashton, one more. Thank you.
Yep. We have residents now who request extra bins, so could they request extra caddies if they needed extra caddies?
Councillor Moore?
Well, we hope that people, well, A, it's a weekly service, and B, we hope that this will help people to cut down on their food waste, which will not only cut down on their own carbon footprint, but also could on their weekly shopping bill. However, if, for example, you have very large families or houses of multiple occupation, then obviously we can have the same scheme that we have for other bins.
Thank you.
But I don't know if Bodhi or Rebecca want to add to that.
Nothing to add, really. I think it's going to be I live in an area just outside the council area in Northamptonshire, and we've had a food waste collection system for many, many years, and I have a relatively large family. I do separate my food waste. I think it's very unlikely that we'll have a lot of residents that need a second caddy because it's quite sizable. But like Councillor Moore said, it's something that we can take into consideration. Yeah, but we'll first encourage residents to reduce their food waste if they're producing a lot more than can fit into one caddy on a weekly basis.
Thank you. I think that's all our questions now. So we can move to the recommendations, and they are on page 1 of the additional report, if you've seen that. So can I ask, please, show of hands, all those in favour of the recommendations?
Yep, that's unanimous, Chair.
That's unanimous. Thank you very much. So go to the Executive Councillor, Councillor Moore. Are you happy to accept our recommendation?
Yes, I'm very, very happy that we will be having a separate weekly food waste collection. It's a great step forward, and a surprising amount of work has gone into even being allowed to do it. So thank you to the team for all their work on it.
Thank you very much. I think that's a real good news story all round. Thank you. If you're happy, we could take one more item before we have a break. Is everybody happy, or does anybody want a break now?
Half an hour for something to eat at some point.
Okay. So we'll take item 7 and then we'll have a break. Thank you. So I think we have Ian Ross, do we, to present? Online, thank you. Good evening, Ian. If you're happy to present item 7, please.
Good evening, and thank you, Chair. Yes, this is for the Leisure Management Contract 2026. The city has externalised its leisure management services for over 35 years now, since compulsory competitive tendering came in 1990. And we've had 3 providers over that term, from Empire Leisure, Sport and Leisure Management Limited, and now with our current provider GLL starting in 2013. So their contract is now coming to an end next spring in 2026. So we've been working to review the whole portfolio and working with a leisure consultancy company called Strategic Leisure to really review what the marketplace is looking like at the moment and what our options may be for future contracts. So the options we've looked at have included anything from insourcing to arm's length trading companies, asset transfers, and then the continuing of outsourcing our services and our provisions. So most of the options, unfortunately, we looked at would be far more costly to the council. They'd increase the risks for the council and would also need to expand internal support teams. And in the current environment and the financial environments where the council are looking to save money, these would bring really large additional costs to the council. So the main recommendation is still to look to externally outsource our contracts. So we have presented findings to an all-party briefings. And this report is now presented for the Executive Councillor to start, as I say, an external procurement process for the management of our leisure facilities. But if I may focus just on a couple of the key recommendations being put to you tonight, is that we are still looking to retain a physical activity and leisure service within the council, including all of our current leisure facilities. It's very important that the future of our leisure services should be primarily focused on where investment and resources will have the most impact on reducing health and inequalities and increasing levels of physical activity. As I mentioned, we are looking for authority to go out to the marketplace and procure an outsourced contract for a term of up to 15 years, and that will take us to the end of March 2041, but we will be embedding in strategic breaks in there. We would be looking to include the agency model, which will help us sort of realise benefits within the irrecoverable VAT that some leisure services contracts has. So that'll put us in the best financial position there. We will be looking to lower the management costs towards at least sort of a break-even, cost-neutral position if we can. And we'll be seeking how we can actually partner up for other opportunities of investment in the contract. We will continue to look to get them to adopt a real living wage remuneration in the contract and expand on community wealth building opportunities that will be there. One of the other key important things we would like to introduce this time around is our ability to work not only just with our own services, but offer our leisure contract expertise and potential provider out there to other establishments within the city. And that would include other sports and leisure sites, but also then to go outside our border and actually see if we can work with facility operators and other local councils, such as South Cambs and East Cambs, and also any other third-party operators that do operate one or two of the other larger facilities out there. We'll also continue to invest in the decarbonisation programme to hit the council's net zero aspirations by 2030. Also look to try and get investments and improvements into the Jesus Green Lido, and improvements for expansions in our what we call the dry side elements of our contracts for sports, fitness suites and studios. We're also talking public health about where we may be able to bring in NHS commissioning and investment and opportunities with collaborative partnerships to embed them into the contract, and continue with our very good working relationship with the Friends of Jesus Green for further capital investment into the facilities there. And we will do all of this with a devolution in mind and actually build that flexibility into the contract of the early days. And hence, again, the links back into recommendation 9 about the ability to work across local authorities in these early days now, ready for what devolution may bring to us in the future. So that's sort of the end of the report that I have here, and very much happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Ian. So now over to you. Do we have some questions on this item? So Councillor Ashton.
Thank you, Chair. My concern is the size of the city and the speed we're growing, and when we're looking at providing this facility for our leisure contract, have we got a population size factored in? Because the report says 146,700 in 2021, but we know we're already up to 151,000 now. So we are growing tremendously fast. So are we looking at actual physical numbers to tie our leisure contract down to? Because if not, we're just going to be in the water with it, really. I mean, everywhere you go now, we're building so fast, and our leisure facilities don't seem to be keeping up with it. And again, one of the problems is our leisure facilities are concentrated in the city, so the swimming pools are in the city, so everybody has to drive into the city to get to them. So we need to be ensuring that as we grow now, we've got facilities dotted around the city rather than locating them all inside. So, yeah, are we using a figure for population growth so we can match our leisure contract to it?
Thank you, Councillor Ashton. That's a very important question. Can I come back to you, Ian, to answer that one?
Yes, certainly. No, it is, very important there. There's, as Councillor mentioned there, to match our contracts up to the way and the size that the city will be growing and where all the new populations will be. We are still currently in the draft stages of our updated playing pitch strategies and indoor sports strategies, and these clearly identify where all the major growth areas are, what kind of new facilities will be needed. Most of them do tend to sort of sit, as you've mentioned there, on some of the peripherals of the city now, particularly in a lot of South Cambs areas and developments, such as Water Beach, Northstowe, Cambourne, Bourne and places like that. So there is due to be heavy investment and increase in leisure facilities in and around the city, and hence to be able to provide an opportunity now to work in the future, bearing in mind within that kind of, as we said, 15-year period to take us up to 2041, because that is where the proposed growth and expansion will take us to. And hopefully a lot of these facilities will be coming on board or being provided within that time period up to 2041. So yes, very much we do have this in mind, and this is being able to have the flexibility now built into this contract to be able to accommodate those kind of new facilities and expansion of facilities in the future years.
Thank you very much. Councillor Holloway, did you want to come in on that one as well?
Thank you, Mark, for the question. Thank you, Councillor Ashton, for the question. If you look at page 139 as well, actually, there's a bit of detail about how significant that population growth is likely to be and the requirement for swimming space in terms of the equivalent of 32 additional 25-metre lanes. So yes, absolutely, this is something we really need to be thinking about, and to ensure that, as you say, that's not just in the city, but actually in the areas of new population growth and where people can get to easily. But that's why it's really good, as Ian said, that we're looking also at potentially expanding our offer for this contract outside the city, both because that's where there's going to be population growth and also with the local government reorganisation in mind. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Houck.
Thank you very much for this report. It's great to see that carbon reduction and sustainability are highlighted in this report. I was just wondering if you could elaborate a bit on what kind of measurable sustainability targets and key performance indicators are part of the process to make sure your contractors are actually doing what they are supposed to do. And related to that, if I understand correctly, this is going to be a long-term contract, or 10 years or even more. So what kind of break clauses or performance review mechanisms are there to make sure that the contractors are on the job and could potentially also be replaced, or contracts potentially, or be punished if they're not doing what they are supposed to do? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ian. Would you like to take those, please?
Yes, definitely. Decarbonisation of the pools is critical to us, and again, as you hopefully know, we've been working with that over the last few years, been able to invest within our facilities with all kinds of bits from the air source heat pumps and other work from there to really sort of reduce the carbon work there. We are still working again with other schemes such as the district heat network proposal in there, and could see an energy generation centre at Parkside. So again, we are factoring in that. We are also working with APSI Energy, which is one of the local government associations there, to give us now our final plans of what we need to do to be able to reduce net zero or get to net zero within the leisure facilities. And that will form part and parcel of the tender specification going out. We will continue ourselves to put in bids to the public sector decarbonisation funds as they become available. And then we will obviously look to have investors' capital investment into there. This is, again, happened in the existing contract here. When GLL first started, they made quite large investments in at the time to replace some of the air handling plants and some very dated boilers in the very early days of their contract. We will very much be setting KPIs and targets to be able to do this and hold the contractors to account, and also align them with their own potential for investment in the facilities there. You mentioned then around this would be a long-term contract. As we said, it is trying to link in to where the growth will be in the future, but also mindful that we will need or would like to have capital investment or large-scale capital investment within our facilities. And so what we potentially need to offer as well is a longer contract for any contractors to put their own capital in there to be able to realise the benefits of that within the leisure contract. So that is one of the options there. But then again, very much again, performance reviews, performance indicators, part and parcel of the new procurement act says we'll have to have at least minimum three KPIs that we have to report on and publicly show of how our contractors are faring. And the break clauses, again, it's still, I wouldn't say up for discussion at the moment, again, potentially within mind of where devolution will be and how quickly that may come over the next few years. So there may be some early review clauses in there and then some longer terms. Usually at the moment, it sits at every 5 years is the industry standard at the moment. But again, they will be embedded into what we're looking at is one of the Sport England contract models from that. And so it is in line with what other local authorities and contractors are operating up and down the country. So it is something, again, we will very much be looking to embed within the contracts.
Thank you very much. Did you want to add something, Councillor Holloway, please?
Just to say that Ian and I have also discussed whether we could have an annual meeting where councillors have the opportunity to meet with the contractors and scrutinise their work so that we can make sure that they're performing in the way we would like them to.
Thank you. Councillor Nesta.
Thank you very much. Yes, in relation to like areas for reform, will there be more emphasis on training staff as well? Thank you.
Yes, we can certainly build that into the contract for skills development. Again, the leisure management and sort of leisure really does change over the years. So again, a lot of the contractors do invest within their staff to be able to keep up with I wouldn't say not just current trends, but the way to operate buildings. Again, work we've just completed with Sport England, and we've got some of the money there through the Swimming Pool Support Fund. We just finished putting in some additional solar panels in that, and part of the conditions of that was to train up staff within the pools for climate awareness as well. So several of the staff at the Abbey Pool have just completed online training courses as part and parcel of funding. So it's not only just where we'd like to see investment, but again, partners and organisations we're working in with that are also looking at opportunities to upskill local staff and be aware of that. And again, we've mentioned there some of the work we will be looking hopefully to partner up with NHS schemes and initiatives. Again, will hopefully bring good opportunities there to upskill a lot of staff in the workforce, not just with our contractors there, but across the council as well.
I think I'd just like to add one of the things particularly it would be good to see staff having more training on is customer awareness and dealing with residents, making sure that residents are able to access the services and that the staff themselves understand how, particularly as they go forward all the time now, or mostly at the time now, it's online booking systems, and that often causes a lot of confusion. So we have a question from Councillor Ashton. Is there anybody else then? So Councillor Ashton, and then we'll move to the vote.
Yes, we're looking at outsourcing everything. Would we consider bringing back in-house facilities? Because obviously, with a growing population, there's a chance of increasing revenue as well. So would we look at what would be the cost to the council or the new council if we had our own leisure facilities as well, which would deem to be running at a profitable basis? So I think we should be looking at both sides of the coin as well at this.
Councillor Holloway, if you'd like to respond, please.
So just to be clear, the facilities are council-owned, except for perhaps some of the other ones like schools that Ian's talking about, that's potentially adding. It's the management of those facilities that is outsourced. As Ian's explained, there was an exercise looking at a variety of different options, which did include insourcing. Because we've been doing this since 1990, we don't have the capability currently in-house, so that would be a very expensive exercise. So we don't have now within the council the staff who would be able to run those facilities. That would be a very significant cost to the council at a time when we're trying to make savings. So whilst I can see there could be potential advantages to it, the assessment that's been done suggests that that would not be the optimum option for this contract. Ian, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, that's very much the case. We have looked at an options appraisal for insourcing from there, and the estimated bits is it will cost the council over an additional £2 million per annum to be able to do that.
Thank you. Is that complete questions? Everybody asked the questions they'd like to ask. In that case, the recommendations are on page 131 of your pack. Can I please have all those in favour?
Yeah, that's unanimous, Chair.
That's unanimous. Thank you very much. So I go to our Executive Councillor, who's Councillor Holloway. Are you happy to accept our recommendation?
I am, thank you very much, Chair, and I look forward to further work on agreeing the contract in the coming months. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you very much, Ian, for that report and presentation. So we're going to adjourn the meeting now for a few moments while we take a short break. So if you would close the live stream, please. Welcome back. We're moving on now to item 8, which is the equality objectives for 25-26. And the officer reporting is Helen Crowther. I think Helen is online. Welcome,
Yeah.
Helen. Thank you.
Thank you. So the main purpose of the report is to set out our equalities objectives and priority areas of work underlying them for 2025-2026 for approval. This is in order to meet our legal commitment to produce one or more equality objectives at least every 4 years. The report also recommends approval of an updated comprehensive equalities and diversities policy to bring this in line with the Council's transformation, which is set out in Appendix B. Appendix A also sets out progress relating to the previous equalities objectives covering the last 4 years, and the report feeds back on the discussion on the Disabled People's Manifesto held at the Equalities Panel meeting in July, and activity relating to that discussion as promised at a full council meeting in May last year.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wade, did you want to add something to that?
Thank you, Chair. Just to say that I'm really pleased with this report. We've got feedback, as you'll see in the report, from voluntary and community groups as well. And also, as Helen's mentioned, it's the work of the Equalities Panel is embedded in the report, and that's a cross-party panel. So we hear from everybody's voices around these issues. So thank you for the report, Helen.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, do we have any questions or any discussion? Councillor Houck.
Thank you. Just a quick one. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's a great report, and Cambridge is an amazingly diverse city. I think with more diversity also comes more, well, I shouldn't say opportunity, more potential for abuse and harassment based on protected characteristics, minorities, ethnic minorities. So I was just wondering how within this scheme, how are we going to deal with complaints or reports of abuse and harassment if we can't avoid them? Thank you.
Would you like to respond, Helen?
Yep, sure. So we're a key partner in the Community Safety Partnership, working with the police and others in the city, helping to tackle hate crimes as a key priority there. So it's a lot, yeah, there's a lot of work in partnership, and also as part of our Purple Flag accreditation, which supports the city to be safe, welcoming, and have a really good nighttime offer. We work with partners there as well to make sure that the city is safe for groups at night who are particularly likely to be vulnerable. Yeah, and vulnerable to harassment, like racial harassment and so on as well. Yeah, so a lot of partnership working.
Thank you, and I think it's really welcome that we've been awarded the Purple Flag once more. I think I'm correct, that has been, hasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And the terrific work that the street pastors and the nighttime team do in Cambridge is very, very welcome. So, Councillor Swift, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is really for Executive Councillor Wade or the officer, but how are we prioritising the needs of diverse communities in our ever-growing city? Please, could you just elaborate a little bit on that? Thank you.
Councillor Wade, did you want to come in there?
Yes, I'll start, and I'm sure Helen will come up with some more ways as well. But yes, thanks for the question, Councillor Swift. We are using feedback to consider improvements, for instance, around accessibility and inclusivity from our council tenants, because we're going to undertake consensus this year to identify needs and some key areas of work going forward. And one of those areas of work is support for asylum seekers and refugees. Also, one of our partners is Changing Futures, so we can better support people who have multiple disadvantages relating to homelessness, substance abuse, etc. So there are lots of ways we're trying to improve awareness of that and work with partners, as Helen said. And one of the ways that we try to improve access around the physical environment is for older people and less able people is the shop mobility, transport, etc. But I'm sure Helen can pick up some more areas as well. Thank you, Helen.
Yeah, no worries. So, so a lot of, for instance, we have really good relationships with voluntary community sector organisations that support different equality groups in the city. So we really hear a lot from them about needs of diverse communities as well, particularly the most vulnerable from different equality groups experiencing structural inequality and discrimination. We're also, to understand better the needs of communities too, we're developing approaches around community power. So ways to make sure that we're hearing directly from communities experiencing structural inequality and discrimination, and that they have a greater say around decisions and services and impacting on their lives. A key example of that, for instance, is the Changing Futures work, which works with people with multiple disadvantage, experiencing homelessness, addiction, domestic abuse and other issues, working with them to basically develop a trauma-informed approach and holistic approach to how services can align to support them as well. Obviously there's a number of priorities under that objective around prioritising needs of diverse communities. For instance, relating to ensuring new housing in the city meets needs of diverse communities through our planning process and house building programmes. Looking at health and well-being of diverse communities through the work of a preventative health officer, but also work through, which is going to committee, I think, next month, the health impact assessments are proposed to be brought in for new developments. So a number of different ways, really. Happy to answer any questions on any specific elements of that.
Councillor Ashton?
I noticed on page 147, paragraph or the bullet point 5, to ensure that the City Council's employment and then procurement policies and practices are non-discriminatory. And I think we all noticed the larger firms now seem to be the only firms who can get contracts because it's so difficult in a sense with all our policies. So is there a way we can try and make it more of a level playing field for smaller firms to get contracts within the council? Because what happens is the large firm gets the contract, then subcontracts it out and subcontracts again. So what might seem as though we've got a good contract with the firm is ended up being done by somebody way down the line and not even living in Cambridge, where we might have a local firm who could do the work for us.
Yeah, so that one refers to a previous equalities objective from the single equality scheme, but it does remain important to us to ensure that our contracts are delivering social value, for instance, in the local community. So, we need to implement the Social Value Act, and it is difficult. I've had conversations with procurement about this before, and I'm not an expert, but from what I've heard before, we do need to make sure that the process is open to competition. So there are certain things that we can't do to limit the pool of people who can apply for different contracts, which does make things a bit tricky. But obviously we're developing a social value framework which sets out the kind of things that we want to see suppliers and contractors really focusing on in their applications for contracts and delivering. So that will help. That will help some of that to make sure that there is a positive impact of the contract in our local area. But if you want more information, I can take that question away further and speak to procurement about it. It's fine.
Sam's going to respond as well.
I think the question is sort of in two parts. One, for this paper and the equalities duty is about making sure when we procure with organisations that meet our values around equalities, around a living wage, around certain policies and practices that we would expect, whether that is the primary contractor or subsequently through contract management, like you say, if they are subcontracting down and not fulfilling those duties around pay and others. So we pick that up in the leisure contract, for instance, where they do fulfil our value. So I think that's the sort of angle for this paper that what Helen's picking up is our wider duties around community wealth building, where we should be finding ways to make our procurement much more accessible to SMEs, to social enterprises, and to those that actually deliver additional benefit to this city because they're employing people locally or employing people from parts of the city that we would like to support with education and training. So I think there's sort of two angles to this.
Thank you, Sam. Do we have any other questions? No? I think that's an indication that we're very pleased with the report and with the work that's going on. So, Councillor Wade, did you want to sum up at all, or before we go to the vote?
Just to say thank you, Helen, and the team for your excellent work, and I'm really proud of this report. I think that we always go above and beyond with our equalities, and I think, as you said, Chair, it's a reflection, a positive reflection of all the hard work that's gone into it. So thank you very much.
So we'll go to the vote now. It's on the recommendations are on page 145. Can I have all those in favour, please?
That's unanimous, Chair.
Good, so that's a unanimous vote. So, Councillor Wade, are you happy to accept our recommendation?
Thank you, Chair, yes.
Thank you. So we're moving on now to agenda item 9. And it says presenting Officer James Ogle, is that right?
Yes.
Online. Welcome, James. Thank you. If you'd like to fire away.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everybody. As committee members are aware, the Environmental Improvement Programme, or EIP, has been operating for many years and has played an important role in enhancing our local environment through targeted projects that benefit our communities. This report is a review of the ongoing EIP programme and highlights key ongoing projects within the programme. It considers funding allocations and potential adjustments to ensure EIP continues to meet the needs of residents while supporting sustainability goals. The report also evaluates the criteria used to prioritise future projects and initiatives within the EIP programme. So I'll come on to the recommendations, which are on in 1.1. Recommendation A is support continuation of EIP and those projects in delivery, those committed and substantially developed, and those committed that still offer value. Recommendation B is support allocation of some of the remaining available funds to increase budgets for those already committed projects that would benefit from a funding top-up, really. And then recommendation C is support discontinuing previously committed projects that are proving a bit difficult to implement or are no longer offering good value. And then recommendation D, to support a further review of EIP delivery this year, focusing on additional value to the council and identifying where existing committed schemes might be discontinued. These are mainly, I think, outlined in table 2. So that's the recommendations. Other than that, colleagues and I are happy to take any questions on the report presented tonight. So now I'll pass back to the chair.
Thank you. So do we have any questions, please? Councillor Divkovic and Councillor Houck and Councillor Ashton.
Yeah, so on table 4, looking at the potential deallocation, the N3 Hazelwood Close seating installation, that, to my mind, that's already been ordered and it was meant to be installed by the end of last month. So I'm not sure why that's on the list, because the resident that asked for that has been in communication with the officer, and we chose the design, and that was already ordered. So I don't know why that's on the list. Thank you.
We can look into that. If it obviously has been ordered and is going ahead, It obviously will not be a project that we will discontinue. It might be another project which we might be mixed up with. That's all I can say. But we'll look into that.
Thank you. Councillor Haug?
Thank you. The recommendation to restructure the EIP thematically looks interesting. So I'll squeeze 3 questions into one sentence. I think it's all related. So can you maybe provide a bit more detail on how these annual themes will be selected, sort of in line with the council's overarching strategic priorities, and how you're going to ensure that local councillors have a meaningful role in shaping these projects, and what kind of what systematic measures for the success and impact of future EIP projects you're going to put in place. Thank you.
John or Alistair, can I ask some help on this one? I'm not really sure.
Yes, please do, yeah.
Please. Okay. Thank you, John.
So, Chair, I think in terms of the question around themes, this is one of the outcomes of some work that was done a couple of years ago, which we need to build on, I think, over the next 6 or 12 months and investigate further. So the paper identifies a number of different areas where we feel that EIP might be strengthened. And it's the basis of some review work that was done looking at other authorities up and down the country and how what we do here in Cambridge in terms of delivering environmental benefit compares with what other authorities do. I think one point to emphasise is that our funding is capital, so it has to be around infrastructure creation and enhancement, whereas some other authorities who use alternative funding models are able to take a more flexible approach and offer sort of more grant funding to enable sort of smaller value community projects to progress. So we try to embrace that as much as we can within the constraints of capital funding in terms of community working, but I think those areas of the report really are areas we need to build on over the next 6 or 12 months. So I think really for me there are 2 main recommendations coming through the report, really, that we are able to continue with the development and delivery of projects that have been previously committed through to completion, which is expected to take us another 12 months or so. And in parallel with that, to be looking at how we might strengthen and improve the programme going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, John. Do we have, where are we? Councillor Ashton, your question, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to thank the officer for all the work he's done in Cherryington, which was not an EIP, but when I phoned him and emailed him, he was very prompt in his response, and the residents are eternally grateful for the fact that he came up with a solution to sorting the problem out that wasn't straightforward. So thank you, John, from all the residents who very much thank you for your work in that on the estate, which you know about. My question is, as a long-standing councillor, EIPs have always been a problem area for the council, whoever leads it, to implement. We've got 49 on the go at the moment. I'd be interested to know how long it will take to deliver them, as I don't think we ever get them delivered in time. And I also would like to know, could we get the EIPs sent out like we get our planning ones sent out, which is by a ward-to-ward basis with a list of things that are going on? And what councillors could see then is where we are. Because as you've alluded to, some of the projects are actually from past councillors who put them in. So new councillors aren't aware of projects on the go. So it would be very helpful if we could have, like they do on planning, a ward by ward, what's going on, so we know where we are with these projects. Thank you.
Okay. I understand the concerns, and there are challenges, particularly given resource constraints, seasonal factors and dependencies on external contractors, and all sorts of other issues as well. We can quite happily and will happily produce a ward-to-ward basis report on the 49 projects, so to send that to all ward councillors on, on the projects that are within their ward, so they're aware of what these 49 projects contain and which areas they're in. We're actively, obviously, trying to streamline project delivery by prioritising projects based on feasibility, impact and readiness for implementation. That is why in the report we've looked at some of these projects which are quite legacy projects which we've struggled to deliver, and we've spent a lot of time and resources trying to bring things forward, and they just don't seem to be getting anywhere. And then you start to question the value. Is it really going to achieve as much as we're putting in, really? And so those reports are also, sorry, not those reports, those projects are as part of, I think, recommendation, I think it's C. I think that's all I've got to say. Anything else? John, have I answered your question?
Yes, he's answered the question, and I think by doing those reports, we could be working then with him to ensure we deliver on time. Because as we've alluded to, some of the projects now don't need to be completed. They're either out of date, and why waste officer time looking at stuff if the ward councillor can go back and say, look, there's no need to pursue this any further.
Okay. I'd like to really support your proposal, Mark, as well, because often, the time span is very long. I mean, for whatever reason, and it may well be, it's almost certainly a necessary reason. But for residents, they lose track and they lose interest. And for councillors, it's very hard to keep track. Whereas with planning, it pings into the email first thing Monday morning, and automatically you can quickly look and see the progress of things that are going on. And I find that very, very helpful. I think Councillor Smart wanted to speak as well.
Yes, Chair. I was just going to, it's a good point you made as well, and I'll get officers to respond to that in a minute, I think, in terms of the timing and organisation of EIP projects, because that's a good point that's worth answering. So I fear that Councillor Ashton's question might have already been answered, actually. I've got an answer here, but I sort of wrote down for it. But I think it's probably been covered off, actually, by the officers. But I think just going back to Councillor Hawke's point, which was a good question, what this paper is aiming to do is to set out where we are and deliver a sort of strategic approach going forward, but not give all the detail right now. There'll be further work done on this to develop a coherent strategy that involves all of the aspects that we can deliver at EIPs best in the future. And that relates, although obviously once you look forward, it does relate a lot to work that's already been done and work that's pending as well. And just on that N3 that was mentioned earlier as well, that one, I note from the paper, it does say that negative community response to local consultation, so that may be the factor that's at play here, but maybe officers, as I say, will come back later about that. Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. Do we have any more questions, any more queries? No, good. So I think you've answered all our points. Thank you, James. So I'd like to move to the vote, and it's on page 177. Can I have a show of hands, please? All those in favour?
Oh, yeah.
It's unanimous.
Yeah, it's unanimous, Chair.
Yeah. So that's agreed unanimously. Thank you very much. And Councillor Smart, are you happy to accept our recommendation?
Yes, happy to accept the recommendation, Chair. Thank you very much. And thank you for all of the really detailed work that's been done on this thus far. And I look forward to the future work that's going to be done to bring this EIP scheme into a better state of progress, I think, that we can deliver works much more quickly, as you pointed out yourself, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think that will be very, very welcome by members. So we move on to our last item, which is item... Oh, beg your pardon.
Could you just confirm that the bench isn't being disallocated from the point that I raised earlier?
Can you remind me what that was then, Councillor Dipkovic?
So the bench on Hazelwood Close, it was on table 4, but I raised that, it's been purchased and everything. Could we just agree that that's not included on the list?
Yes, so James is going to look into that for you. Can I ask you to respond to Councillor Divkovic, please, James, and to copy me
Yes.
in? Yeah, copy
Okay.
me in, and also Councillor Smart, so that we know that that's underway.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Item 10, am I there? It's been a long evening.
Page 211, Chair, yeah.
Yes, page. Right, good. Yes, so this is on page 211, the recommendations, and this is herbicide-free weed management work programme and communications plan. I think would like to reiterate the fact that across the city, people are really welcoming the move towards herbicide-free, and that we're no longer spraying chemicals around our streets. But we do know that there's obviously some difficulties in how we do manage and going forward. So I'm very, very pleased that this item's come forward, and we've got some indication now of how this is going to be tackled. So is this, Alistair, are you presenting? Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank Pesticide Free Cambridge and On the Verge for their continued support and their collaboration on this work. They've been instrumental in helping me get to this point. As part of our commitment to reducing herbicide and chemical use in our public open spaces, this report presents an update on our herbicide-free ward management programme. The report outlines the alternative methods that are being implemented, the challenges and the benefits associated with each of those, and our approach to keeping the public informed. The communications plan aims to engage residents, explain the rationale behind this transition, and encourage participation in maintaining clean and healthy green open spaces. We're keen to continue to refine this approach and to ensure both the environmental and practical benefits of herbicide-free. The recommendations are set out in section 1 of the report, and I'm happy to take any questions we may have in respect to the report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Do we have some questions? So should we, Councillor Ashton, Councillor Glassberg, Councillor Ashton, Councillor Houck, and then Councillor Swift, please.
Thank you, Chair. The report points out quite clearly the 14 wards across the city will be cleaned in a sense by the new method, but it doesn't actually give clear indication as to how that will be communicated to those wards. So will there be, in a sense, a note sent out to ward councillors? Will there be a note sent out to residents of when that clean-up will start? Because again, ward councillors are aware sometimes of the worst parts of the ward that need doing. So how are we going to engage with the wards to get that done?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Ashton. So in terms of the frequency of between periods when we'll visit, I should imagine we should be able to do that at least once a year, if not more than once a year. In terms of communicating it, we'll be able to communicate through the website and updates. We certainly can do ward council updates as well. We'll use the City Batters magazine as well for communicating. As we become more and more sophisticated in terms of being able to measure how long these things take to do, we should be able to start programming the work street by street. So we should be able to report fairly reliable when we'll be in wards and which week we'll be in wards as we get more and more information, because we're not quite sure how long this thing will take at this time. The first sweep will take a little bit longer because there's obviously a large buildup of detritus, but the more frequent we do it, the less work there will be for us to do when we do visit.
Thank you. Councillor Glassberg next, please.
Can you hear me on this one? Okay, right, so I really welcome this report and I think it's really good that it's looking at how to implement the herbicide-free programme in this systematic way across all the wards. And I think it's good that it also recognises the importance and the need for effective communication to get support from the community. I'm glad to note that it also includes advice to help people to go herbicide free in their own gardens as well, because obviously this is a very important aspect of it. We're not just thinking about public spaces. People's gardens are very important. I'd just like to make a couple of points. First of all, linked a little bit to what Councillor Ashton's point. So a structured timetable should help to make sure that all the wards get a deep clean and the weeds don't build up too much. But and there are problems making sure that the streets are clean for the machines to operate. And we have experienced this in my ward, which is already herbicide free. So obviously you've said that you could use the county council to do TTROs, but I think it would also be important to involve ward councillors, because I think we can do a lot and I think people are committed on this and would want to be able to help to inform residents of when these things are going to happen and what they could do to help you with it. And then a question on that is related to the sequencing of this, because the timing is really important. You said that you might be able to do a deep clean of each ward, in each ward, maybe once a year. But actually, the timing is really important because the gutters really need to be cleaned in the autumn. So how are you going to be able to do that for each ward? It's not really going to work if you're going around some wards in January or February. Or in the spring when the weeds are actually growing. So that's one question. And then the other thing is that I think your communication plan seems very comprehensive, and I'm very glad that the council will be working closely with partners such as Herbicide Free and On the Verge. But I noticed that, for example, in 6.3, you're launching the campaign in spring 2025 with a Name the Weed Ripper competition. And I think, yes, that's important. I mean, we are aware that people want to know how their weeds will be cleared, but I think it's also important to get some positive messages out about this. And how about something like Name the Plant? Because weeds are plants, and if you had a Name the Plant competition or how many plants can you find in your street? I mean, I know that in Newnham, in one street, a naturalist found 116 varieties of plants growing in the gutters. She made a poster about it and put it on the fence at the bottom of the street, and it created a lot of interest and also a lot of awareness for people that, you know, of the value that there is in this and the importance of biodiversity. So I think positive messages are really important on this as well. I mean, I know we're all very aware of the negative pushback that we can get from some people who see this as the council not doing their job. But I think we've got to be confident about the positive side of this.
Thank you. Over to you, Alistair.
Thank you. When I shared the first draft of this report with the Cambridge Pesticide Free and On the Verge, the feedback was that I'd portrayed the weeds as being the villains. Yes. And that I should reword it. And we did do quite a lot of work around that in terms of presenting it, that weeds in streets are acceptable. They add to the biodiversity of the street. They add to the presentation of the street. So I hope I've captured that. In terms of the any help with managing vehicles and parked vehicles to help us with the operation is greatly appreciated and accepted, and anyone who's willing to do that will gladly help, will take that help. In terms of the point I'd make is the deep clean is not a substitute for regular street cleaning. We'll still be doing that activity with what you'd see in the street in terms of leaves and litter and various other detritus. But if we do get significant growth in specific periods, we will come off programme to deal with those if they are reported through our reporting mechanisms. I'd rather keep to a programme where, if we can, in terms of the strength of the benefits of doing something in a sequenced way, but if we have got service pressures or significant pressures in an area or slip, trips or falls, we can come off that programme to deal with those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Houck.
Thank you, Chair. I think the herbicide reduction plan is really something we can all be proud of. So great work. Thank you very much. I would just like, or the communication plan highlights though that we need to manage public expectations, which I think is indeed quite important. But it mentions it about in the context of managing expectations about how the city might look if we don't use chemicals to eradicate, to remove weeds. But I think you just mentioned it actually yourself. I mean, look, some residents are really concerned that it might disproportionately affect individuals with mobility issues and visual impairment. So I think we really have to ensure the public that they're actually safe. It's not just about looks. There are other implications as well. Secondly, I think this will be also a great opportunity to encourage people to volunteer, to do it themselves, just like with litter picking. You tell one resident, well, you could go out yourself and pick litter or cut the weeds, and then they will quite rightly ask, well, what do I pay council tax for? But if you get a community together, if one resident sees others doing it, and it's actually a community activity, then I think that's a completely different story. And I think with litter picking that works, and I think with weeds and hedges and overgrowing vegetation that could be the same. And finally, I would just like to actually repeat something that Councillor Smart already agreed with on Monday. It's just that this communication plan focuses very much on the public, but I think after all this hard work that went into the herbicide reduction plan, it would be really a missed opportunity if we didn't communicate that to other organizations, businesses, our universities, colleges, schools. And often it's really just about showing them that it can be done. You know, they can actually do it themselves. Just go out there and cut the weed, you know, don't just use chemicals. And where heavy machinery might be required, it could be an opportunity even for the council to make some money. And potentially to provide these services for a fee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alistair.
Thank you. I was very fortuitous last 2 weeks ago to do a ministerial roundtable with the Minister for Water and Flooding to talk about Cambridge's approach to herbicide-free. And we spent probably 20 minutes of that hour talking about Happy Bee Streets and talking about whether volunteering contribution can be made. We also talked about the likelihood of there being a potential ban of using herbicides in public open spaces very shortly. So in terms of, we're very much ahead of the curve. Moving on to the point around supporting other organisations, happy to do that. My concern would be at this point is not to overreach ourselves in terms of, I think our priority needs to be Cambridge City Council and our own assets and our own streets and homes and parks. Not to say that we would not do that though. So happy to, if anyone was to approach us, we'd be happy to help. I think what I'm saying, if we're not going to proactively looking to help people unless they come to us at this point, that may change in time. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Swift, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I was just thinking about what Jean Glasberg said about the local plants at the end of the street, etc. And in my local patch, West Chesterton, there's Anne Remington, and she has actually did a thing a few years ago where she went around with chalk and wrote "Nature lives here too," and then the name, the botanic name, the Latin name of the plant, around weeds basically, or what were seen as weeds in the wrong place. And to begin with, the Happy Bee and the herbicide-free streets looked quite bad actually, because they got all of these out-of-control plants growing, and the grass verges deteriorated terribly. And I had a chat with her, and she said, "Well, this is because we're on a learning curve, and it's not supposed to look like that. When it's actually in a sort of steady state, then it will actually look quite neat and tidy in a more natural way. And this is a teething problem, and that has actually come to pass because now the verges in West Chesterton don't look a disgrace with these horrible sort of wild, sort of whatever they are, growing out of the post boxes and things. It looks neat and tidy, but there isn't the use of of herbicides. So it is actually a learning curve that is starting to work, and it's having herbicide-free verges, for example, and gutters is a lot more than just not allowing plants to grow. It doesn't have to look a mess. It can look quite nice and neat and civilized, even though there's no use of herbicides. One of the main problems in my area is there's tremendous build-up of leaf mulch in places like Montague Road and the DeFrevel Estate, where there's these pollarded lime trees that ooze all of this juice from the aphids, and it drops down onto the street and makes it pretty horrible. And the cars are parked in the streets, and so it's almost impossible to actually get the little, whatever it's called, machine to go and scoop it up. And then you get the weeds growing, and then they get impacted, and then it becomes almost impossible to do anything about them. So presumably, that is a logistical thing about putting cones up on cars can't park or something. But that seems to be quite a difficult problem to actually work out a logistical mechanism by which members of the public don't park their cars in streets on certain days so that the machine can get there to scoop up all of the leaf mulch. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to respond, Alistair?
Yeah, I mean, the logistics of moving a large numbers of vehicles for periods, it's going to we have to orchestrate it with the county council in terms of the traffic management. In general terms, it's 2 or 3 passes by one machine, so it's fairly quick. So we're only asking people to move for 15 to 20 minutes. We did some work on Hurst Park a couple of weeks ago, and that was very quick. That's purely because it's double yellow lines, a lot of that. It's where you've got parking that does slow you up in terms of working around vehicles. I think Romsey will be a challenge where there's a lot of street parking. Other areas, yeah, it's where there's a lot of modern build as well, so it tends to be, you get, where you've got monoblocks and permeable paving, those take quite a lot of time as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Divkovic.
Thank you. I appreciate it's late, so I'll be quick. So the new method is using a combination of mechanical and manual removal methods with dedicated teams and specialised equipment such as mechanical sweepers and weed ripper brushes. How sustainable is this new method? And also, as part of the communications plan, one of the goals is obviously to provide clear reporting mechanisms to ensure that residents can easily notify the council of problem areas. What will this look like? Thank you.
Alistair, are you happy to respond?
Yeah. So in terms of the approach, it is designed to be more sustainable in the longer term by reducing our reliance on chemical treatments that can harm the biodiversity and contaminate water sources. So glyphosate and products prior to glyphosate have notable impacts on public health. The alternative methods, such as the manual removal that you mentioned, the mulching, the hot water treatments, and have a lower environmental impact, but they do support ecosystems. However, they do have a cost, particularly around the vehicles are diesel powered. We do use potable water for some cases where we're having to use hot foams. However, as the technology becomes cheaper to buy, we should be able to move to electric powered vehicles. So the weed ripper that you saw, the weed rippers referenced in the report is about £160,000 to buy. The electric version of it is £500,000 to buy, and that was felt a stretch too far for us in terms of something that we're trialling and using for the first time. If it becomes a successful approach, the prices of those vehicles are likely to come down in the short term and medium term, when we come to replace it, we'll replace it with a net zero vehicle. In terms of monitoring the effectiveness, we will continue to make sure we're monitoring things like fuel use, water use, particularly potable water. And in terms of allowing people to report, the reporting will be done through web forms and web-based forms in the first instance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? No, I think everybody's happy. We've covered that really thoroughly. Thank you, Alistair. So we now move to the vote, which is on page 211. Everyone in favour, please.
It's unanimous, Chair.
So that's a unanimous vote. So that's passed. Councillor Smart, do you accept our recommendation?
Yeah, can I say a few words as well? I find this so exciting, this item, that I can't keep quiet. I know it's 9:30, I'll be quick, if that's okay, Chair. So I think some of the questions that have been asked are very pertinent, and there are logistical concerns. And, you know, for example, you know, the question that Councillor Glasberg asked about the seasons being a factor. We are surrounded by seasons, 4 of them, and that could be interesting when we come to work out the programme. So that will be a challenge. There are risks there, and I think we'll have to see how we get on with that as we go forward. On the top of my head, the other option would be to have a huge team that operates at certain times of the year, which we could outsource, but the way it's being organised is to use in-house workers, a set team that does the work year-round, a bit like the Forth Road Bridge, I suppose. So, you know, I will watch that and see how it goes. Just on Anne Rivington, yeah, I met her the other day. It's really exciting to see the work she's done with her neighbours, same as you in Unum, Councillor Glasberg, and yeah, it's great stuff. And I think it's varying across the city. Residents will work out their own approach to this, I think, together with us as a council. In my street, one guy got a plastic bag and decided to go up and down the street and rip out all the weeds one Sunday morning. And that was sort of all right. We're pretty chill about it, although I actually like my weeds by my front wall, so I'm hoping to keep them in future. But, you know, it depends, and there's a Happy Bee scheme, of course, anyway. I think in terms of weeds is the word I think of from my childhood. The last century is a thing you pull out of the ground in the garden because they're annoying. And time's moved on, as some of you have said, there's a culture change going on here, I think, and it will soon, it already is really, but will become more fashionable to think about weeds as being plants and parts of us, the planet, and not things we want to get rid of, except of the weeds that are in gutters and sort of, you know, get in the way of roads and all of that. So there is a difference here as where they grow and what they are and how big they are as well. If they're a little weed, that's fine. If it's pretty, that's good. If it's a big, old sticky thing that's growing into a tree, that's maybe not so good. You know, it's just going to be, and we're going to have to work that through. So I think I've covered off. Oh, one other thing I was going to say is that the weed removal machinery we've got is basically sort of wire-based machinery, sort of steel wires, very, very sort of dangerous looking. You won't want to touch them, but they're really going to rip out the weeds and clean the gutters to the extent that they've never been cleaned before. Our normal cleaning process is used, I think, nylon ripping things, and it's just going to be a lot cleaner. I looked at Mill Road the other day, that's been done. You know, I've not seen it that clean all the years I've been here in Cambridge. So it is going to give residents better process. Just finally, this could take some time, like years, to get to the stage where we're on an even keel. Because the county council just cut the use of herbicide just like that, things have grown, and we're going to have to get that stuff out of the ground, especially the bigger ones, get it all sorted, and then go on from there in a more regular way. And then, as Alistair said, it's going to be a matter of seeing how long these things take, going through the wards and working out processes and protocols around things like cars on Romsey pavements and that kind of thing. So there will be work to be done. There's a lot of detailed work, but I'm really pleased that we're doing it. There are councils around the country that have done it and then stopped. And I think it's important that we do it now and we continue to do it. And I'm determined it will continue. because now's the time to do it. We're going to go to a unitary authority in 3 years' time. When we get to be that unitary authority, we need to have this process in place and be doing this, because otherwise there's always the risk that that unitary authority that will have to properly deal with other costs like county council, the higher tier authorities have to deal with, could look at this and think, well, this is a cost saving. I don't want that to be the case. I want us to have a regular system that we do this mechanical removal of weeds, not herbicide use. So that's it. I accept the recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smart. And just to add that the community engagement, actually people enjoying this is probably key, isn't it? Because the more that happens and the more cooperation we get, the less likely anybody is to want to take it away from us. So thank you very much for your work. So we come to the end of our meeting. It's been quite a marathon this evening. Thank you so much for all the questions. We've covered a huge amount of items here and covered them very thoroughly. So thank you very much. And it's our last meeting of the civic year. So over the year, I think the fact that we passed all the recommendations unanimously, and I think we've done that on almost all meetings, is a very good indication of the excellent work that our officers are doing and our execs, and the fact that we're able to support it is really good. So thank you very much. So I wish you all good evening and a safe journey home. Good night.